Have you ever tried to fall asleep, but your mind just wouldn't let you? It replays what you said, what you didn't say. It worries about things that already happened and things that haven't even happened yet. Worry doesn't ask permission. It enters your thoughts quietly, then takes over. And before you know it, hours pass. Your body is still, but your mind is full of noise. Most people think this is normal. They believe worry is just a part of life, a byproduct of being responsible, thoughtful, human. But the truth is, worry isn't a sign of awareness. It's a sign of an untrained mind. Worry feels like control, but it's just chaos wearing a disguise. You don't need to carry everything with you into the night. You don't need to solve every problem before you close your eyes. You need to learn how to let go. And that's where the Stoic mindset becomes your greatest ally. For the next 4 hours, you'll be surrounded by the teachings of ancient minds who mastered the art of calm. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, men who lived through chaos, faced death, and still found peace. Not because their lives were easy, but because their minds were disciplined. Stoicism teaches that peace isn't found in the world, it's found in how you think. Worry doesn't fix the future, it only robs you of the present. And when you begin to truly understand what is and isn't in your control, you stop wasting energy on what you can't change. As your body rests, your subconscious will be absorbing these truths, not just hearing them, but feeling them, letting them settle deep into the mind where real change begins. This isn't just sleep. This is mental alignment. This is the quiet work that builds a stronger, calmer, more focused version of you. And when you wake up, you'll feel it. You won't just feel rested, you'll feel free. Let the letting go begin. Have you ever noticed that the harder you try to control every detail of your life, the more chaotic and unmanageable it becomes? It's ironic, isn't it? We spend our days rushing from one task to another, trying to tighten every screw and keep everything perfectly in place. But the real secret? It's to let go. That's right. Relaxation is the key. It may sound contradictory, but that's the hidden doorway to true manifestation. What you desire doesn't arrive through struggle and stress. It comes when you learn to simply be, calm, peaceful, and centered like a serene lake. In today's video, I'm going to show you how Stoic philosophy makes it abundantly clear. True strength is found in serenity. I'll be revealing 10 powerful lessons that will teach you how to manifest anything you desire by cultivating a calm and tranquil mind. And trust me, you don't want to miss the final lesson. It holds the secret that can leave you speechless. It's especially important in today's chaotic, disorganized world, where no matter how hard we try, there never seems to be enough time or breath left to carry the weight of each day. So why not try something different for once? Just breathe. Let go of the chaos and allow life to unfold naturally. Have you ever noticed how the life of a constantly stressed person never seems to go in the right direction? Probably not. But if you really pay attention to what comes next, you'll begin to see how effortlessly things start aligning. You'll begin to attract what you've longed for without forcing it. The first step is to relax, because what you're seeking is already making its way to you. You're exactly where you need to be. But before diving into the first lesson, I want to share a story with you. A story that will help illuminate the wisdom in what we're about to explore. In a peaceful valley surrounded by soft hills, there lived a young girl named Luna. She was known throughout her village for her uncanny ability to attract the things she desired. but her gift wasn't born out. Imagine what it would be like to truly master the art of controlling your mind, a timeless pursuit rooted in the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy. This school of thought, which flourished in ancient Greece and Rome, teaches that when we learn to govern our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, we unlock a profound reservoir of serenity and inner virtue that is not dependent on the ever-changing circumstances of life. In this video, we'll explore the core Stoic principles that guide us toward this inner mastery, helping us live a life that is more balanced, meaningful, and fulfilling. By understanding and applying these teachings, it becomes possible to attain a state of serenity that enables us to navigate the highs and lows of life with both grace and wisdom. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly invite you to subscribe and like the video so I can continue sharing content like this in the future. The first Stoic principle revolves around the pursuit of inner peace that stands independent of our external circumstances. The Stoics believed that true happiness and tranquility should never be reliant on the outside world. Instead, they focused on discovering a deep, unshakable inner peace that persists regardless of what is happening around them. This outlook encourages us to remain composed and virtuous, no matter the chaos or instability that may surround us. A central element of this quest for peace is accepting the impermanence of all things. The Stoics recognized that everything in life is temporary. To cling to people, objects, or situations that are inherently fleeting only invites suffering. It is by embracing the impermanent nature of life that they found a lasting peace, one that does not waver with the inevitable changes life brings. Another vital aspect of tranquility is equanimity in the face of adversity. One of the most admirable traits of Stoic philosophy is the ability to meet life's challenges with calm and balance. To the Stoics, hardships were not merely obstacles, but valuable opportunities for growth. These moments allowed them to develop resilience and sharpen their mental strength, turning difficulty into a path for deeper transformation. Achieving inner peace also requires detachment from disturbing emotions. Emotions such as anger, fear, and despair can easily cloud our judgment and control our behavior. The Stoics didn't advocate for suppressing emotions, but rather for acknowledging them without letting them dictate our choices. By doing so, they taught that we could act with clarity and integrity, even in emotional storms. At the heart of Stoic teaching is the idea that true tranquility comes from living in harmony with virtue. When we choose to act with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we nurture a clear conscience. This alignment with virtue protects us from being tormented by guilt, regret, or remorse, and it builds a life rooted in moral strength. Another key Stoic insight is the importance of contentment with sufficiency. The Stoics cautioned against the endless pursuit of wealth, power, or pleasure, which often leads to dissatisfaction. Instead, they promoted the idea of finding joy in having enough. This mindset encourages us to avoid excessive desires and attachments to material things, leading to a simpler, more peaceful life. Serenity in the Stoic view is not just a temporary feeling, but an ideal to strive for over a lifetime. It is not something that is achieved overnight, but rather cultivated gradually through self-awareness, self-discipline, and the steady application of Stoic principles. This long-term pursuit nurtures a quiet strength within us that grows with practice and patience. In seeking tranquility, the Stoics also pursued a deeper kind of freedom from the grip of our own emotions, cravings, and the pressures of the outside world. When we are no longer enslaved by these forces, we experience an internal liberation that empowers us to live in accordance with our deepest values and principles. In summary, the Stoic journey toward inner tranquility is one of the fundamental pillars of this philosophy. It emphasizes independence from external circumstances, the acceptance of life's impermanence, the detachment from negative emotions, and the unwavering pursuit of virtue. This path leads to a life that is more serene, ethically grounded, and filled with meaning. A life in which true peace is found not in what surrounds us, but in what resides within us. Let's now explore the second Stoic principle, which centers on the acceptance of what lies beyond our control. This idea is one of the cornerstones of mastering the mind and cultivating a life of calm and wisdom. According to the Stoics, many aspects of life, such as other people's actions, natural events, the past, and even the future, are completely outside our direct influence. The secret to Stoic serenity lies in fully embracing this truth and focusing our energy on what we can control, our own thoughts, choices, and behavior. The Stoics encourage us to clearly understand the boundaries of our control. They urge us to distinguish between what is within our power, our attitudes, responses, and intentions, and what is beyond it. By making this distinction, we can spare ourselves from unnecessary frustration. Recognizing that we cannot change the behavior of others or undo past events helps us let go of needless emotional turmoil. Another powerful idea in this teaching is the release of unrealistic expectations. Much of our suffering comes from hoping that reality will conform to our desires. The Stoics advise us to let go of excessive expectations and to accept life as it truly is. This acceptance doesn't mean becoming indifferent or passive, but rather approaching reality with clarity and strength without being emotionally enslaved to outcomes we can't control. A calm approach to adversity comes from accepting that difficulties are an inevitable part of life. The Stoics cultivate resilience and courage in order to confront challenges with inner calm. Instead of resisting hardships, we can begin to view them as opportunities for growth and learning. What matters most is our response, not the external event itself. Even though we cannot control external circumstances, we do have the power to govern our reactions to them. The Stoics emphasized that our capacity to choose how we respond is one of the most valuable gifts we possess. As such, we should direct our energy toward developing virtuous reactions, nurturing qualities like patience, compassion, and wisdom. Letting go of attachment to both the past and the future is essential. Constantly worrying about what has already happened or what may lie ahead can rob us of the ability to live fully in the present moment. The Stoics remind us that the past is beyond our ability to change and the future remains uncertain. Therefore, wisdom lies in focusing our attention on the present, the only space where we truly have the power to act and make a difference. Accepting what we cannot control while continuously striving for virtue and self-improvement forms one of the key paths to inner peace and wisdom. Stoicism helps us navigate life's uncertainties and challenges with a more centered and resilient mindset, enabling us to live according to the Stoic ideals of a life filled with virtue and meaning. The third core Stoic principle is the pursuit of virtue as the highest good. The Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues that form the foundation of a virtuous life. These are wisdom, Sophia, courage, Andrea, justice, Dikaiosina, and temperance, Sophrosina. Each of these virtues plays a crucial role in our pursuit of moral excellence. Wisdom, or Sophia, involves the relentless search for knowledge and a deep understanding of both the world and human nature. This includes a commitment to truth, the development of self-awareness, and the discernment to identify what truly matters in life. Courage, or Andrea, is the virtue that enables us to confront fear and act rightly, even in the face of danger or hardship. The Stoics viewed courage as inherently linked with wisdom, since wise judgment is necessary to know which risks are worth taking and how to face adversity effectively. Justice, or dikaiosina, calls for us to act with fairness, integrity, and respect for the rights and dignity of others. For the Stoics, justice was essential not only for personal virtue, but also for maintaining harmony within society. Temperance, or sophrosina, is the discipline of managing desires and controlling impulses. It involves avoiding excesses, maintaining balance, and mastering one's emotions so that serenity can be preserved in all situations. Living virtuously is a lifelong journey that requires continuous effort. The Stoics believed that no one is ever fully virtuous, but that every person can work to improve these virtues over time. Virtue is also seen as the true source of happiness. The Stoics taught that genuine fulfillment and meaning come from living a life guided by virtue, regardless of external conditions. Virtue also leads to a form of emotional and spiritual self-sufficiency. This means that our sense of joy and satisfaction does not depend on material wealth, social status, or the approval of others. Instead, happiness stems from inner integrity and moral strength. The pursuit of virtue demands self-control and a willingness to transform oneself. It involves acknowledging our flaws and past mistakes and continually striving to become better human beings. This path of constant improvement and ethical living is what gives life its deepest meaning. Practicing virtue is therefore more than a philosophical idea. It is a way of life that allows us to make just decisions, live harmoniously with others, and contribute to the greater good. In essence, virtue as the highest good lies at the heart of Stoic philosophy. It guides us in our quest for wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, helping us lead a life that is both virtuous and meaningful. Stoic virtue is not a distant ideal or abstract concept, but a set of guiding principles that can be applied in daily life. These principles empower us to live ethically and peacefully, no matter the external circumstances. The fourth Stoic principle centers on the control of emotions. Mastering our emotions is essential for attaining serenity and virtue. According to Stoic teachings, emotions are powerful and, if left unchecked, can lead us to act impulsively or irrationally. For this reason, the Stoics placed great importance on the regulation of emotional responses. The first step in this process is developing emotional self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand our emotions as they arise. This involves becoming aware of when we are feeling emotions such as anger, fear, or sadness. Once we identify the emotion we're experiencing, the Stoics suggest cultivating a sense of emotional distance rather than surrendering ourselves entirely to it. They advise taking a mental step back to observe and analyze the situation from a more rational and objective standpoint. The Stoic perspective emphasizes that reason should guide us more than emotion. This means harnessing the power of our rational mind to assess whether a specific emotion is appropriate or beneficial in a given situation. For example, if we find ourselves feeling angry, we should examine whether that anger is justified and whether acting on it would be the right and virtuous choice. After assessing our emotional response, we are encouraged to choose an action that aligns with virtuous principles. Instead of reacting impulsively with anger, we can decide to respond with calmness and empathy. This approach demands self-discipline and consistent effort to reshape our negative emotional responses. Moreover, the Stoics also teach that negative emotions can be transformed into positive, constructive actions. For instance, rather than allowing fear to overwhelm or immobilize us, we can use it as motivation to act wisely and take appropriate precautions. The ultimate aim is to achieve emotional equanimity, a balanced emotional state where we are not ruled by our feelings. This doesn't mean suppressing emotions entirely, but learning to manage them in a way that they do not cloud our judgment or lead us into unwise actions. The Stoics acknowledge that emotions are a natural part of being human. They don't advocate for the total elimination of emotions, but for their thoughtful and virtuous management. Natural emotions like grief in response to loss or joy in moments of success are acknowledged as part of our shared human experience. Mastering our emotions is a continuous and often difficult journey, but it is an essential one for those who wish to lead a more peaceful and morally sound life. The Stoics believe that by regulating our emotional responses and consistently choosing virtuous actions, we can live in harmony with fundamental values such as wisdom, justice, and courage, regardless of what is happening around us. This self-mastery leads us to a deeply cherished inner peace, a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. Another core Stoic principle essential to mastering the mind and living a more meaningful life is the practice of living in the present moment. This principle encourages us to concentrate on the here and now, steering our minds away from dwelling on the past or feeling anxious about the future. Let's explore this idea more deeply, and don't forget to follow us on our daily Stoic TikTok account and across our social platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Living in the present begins with releasing regret. The Stoics teach that regret over the past serves no useful purpose, since what has happened is beyond our control. Instead of becoming lost in guilt or remorse, we should focus on learning from our mistakes and past experiences. This attitude liberates us from the emotional burden of what can no longer be changed and redirects our energy toward the present moment, where our actions still have power. Equally, the Stoics warn against becoming consumed with worry about the future. While it is wise to plan and prepare, they remind us that the future is inherently uncertain. We should not let fear or anxiety about what might happen take control of our thoughts or actions. Acknowledging this uncertainty helps us remain grounded and make wiser decisions without being overcome by dread. The Stoics also urge us to deeply appreciate the present moment, as it is the only time that truly belongs to us. They invite us to find joy in life's small, everyday moments and to recognize the beauty in the world around us. This mindset doesn't just provide us with a sense of contentment, but it also nurtures a spirit of gratitude and presence. Being fully engaged with our current tasks is another aspect of this teaching. Focusing on the present means giving our complete attention to whatever we are doing. It means resisting distractions and the temptation to multitask, allowing us to perform our duties with greater effectiveness and deeper appreciation. In Stoic thought, the present moment is also seen as our only true source of control. By directing our awareness to the now, we can channel our efforts toward making wise, ethical decisions rather than wasting energy on things that are beyond our influence, especially those rooted in the future. Practices like meditation and mindfulness are useful tools to help us remain anchored in the present. These practices train our minds to become more consciously aware of each moment, reduce mental restlessness, and promote a sense of inner calm. By living more fully in the present, we reduce the emotional suffering that arises from ruminating on the past or fearing the future. This not only enhances our overall well-being, but also sharpens our ability to make thoughtful and ethical choices. In essence, the Stoic principle of living in the present teaches us to cherish the moment we are in, to accept the impermanence of life, and to find meaning and serenity in the here and now. Focusing on the present moment teaches us to cherish the here and now, to embrace life's fleeting nature, and to discover a sense of control and fulfillment in the present. This mindset does not imply forgetting the past or avoiding plans for the future. Instead, it calls us to live intentionally and meaningfully in the present, the only moment over which we truly have influence. This present-centered awareness contributes significantly to a peaceful mind and a more meaningful life. Now, let us move into the sixth Stoic principle. This principle invites us to reassess our relationship with the external world and with sensory experiences, urging us to cultivate a sense of equanimity in response to them. The sixth Stoic principle is the practice of indifference toward pleasures and pains. The Stoics maintain that the restless pursuit of pleasure and the fear of pain are major causes of human suffering. To achieve serenity and live virtuously, it becomes necessary to adopt a posture of healthy indifference toward these experiences. In matters of pleasure, the Stoics do not call for total abstinence. Rather, they advocate for moderation and wisdom. They remind us that the endless chase after pleasure often results in destructive excess. In contrast, the pursuit of moderation allows us to avoid the suffering that comes from overindulgence. The same measured approach applies to pain. Instead of fleeing from discomfort, the Stoics encourage us to face pain and adversity with bravery and composure. These experiences are not enemies to be feared, but opportunities to grow and to fortify the mind. The principle of indifference is at the core of Stoic philosophy. It involves maintaining a neutral attitude toward external conditions, things like wealth, social status, or material success. While these may be part of life, they are ultimately irrelevant to our virtue and happiness. This is not to say we shouldn't enjoy life's pleasures. Rather, we are cautioned against placing our happiness solely in things beyond our control. Emotional detachment is another critical aspect. The Stoics encourage the cultivation of a calm emotional state, one that does not fluctuate wildly with external changes. We are not to be ruled by emotions triggered by gains or losses. Instead, we should strive to establish an inner peace that endures regardless of external circumstances. True happiness, according to Stoic wisdom, is found in the pursuit and embodiment of virtue. By committing to wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we access a deeper, more enduring joy than what can be found in temporary sensory pleasures. This approach requires considerable self-control. Practicing indifference toward both pleasure and pain involves freeing ourselves from the tyranny of desires and from the fear of suffering. With this self-discipline, we become capable of making decisions that are both rational and ethical. In conclusion, the practice of indifference to pleasure and pain is a foundational teaching in Stoicism. It teaches us how to create a healthy balance with external and sensory experiences. This discipline helps us avoid excess, reduces unnecessary suffering, and guides us toward deeper contentment through the pursuit of virtue and self-improvement. It is a principle that leads to a more serene, and well-balanced life. Now we move on to the seventh and final Stoic principle, which centers on the profound concept of self-knowledge. This idea is not only a pillar of Stoic thought, but also of many other philosophical and spiritual traditions. For the Stoics, understanding oneself is the necessary foundation for mastering the mind, and by extension, mastering life itself. The seventh Stoic principle is self-knowledge, cultivated through continuous and honest self-examination. The Stoics urge us to constantly observe and evaluate ourselves. This means objectively reflecting on our own thoughts, emotions, and actions, much like looking into a mental mirror. Through this practice, we begin to recognize both our strengths and weaknesses, as well as our habitual tendencies. A crucial part of this self-awareness is identifying our desires and aversions. Too often, our lives are governed by irrational cravings or baseless fears that lead to distress. By shining a light on these patterns, we gain the ability to question their truth and begin the process of managing them. The Stoics also encourage us to reflect deeply on our values, the guiding principles that truly matter to us. What are we striving for in life? This type of introspection allows us to align our actions with our most authentic values, fostering a life of greater meaning and purpose. Self-knowledge further involves learning to accept ourselves as we are, embracing both our strengths and our flaws. However, this acceptance does not equate to complacency. Instead, it signifies the honest acknowledgement of where we are and a sincere commitment to continued growth and improvement. Lastly, the Stoics warn us against the danger of self-deception, the tendency to excuse our behavior or rationalize actions that may be harmful. Through the practice of self-knowledge, we can identify when we fall into the trap of self-deception. This continuous process of self-awareness is not an end in itself, but rather a means of achieving self-transformation and ongoing personal growth. By gaining a deeper understanding of ourselves, we can begin to cultivate a more resilient and virtuous mindset. The Stoics emphasize the importance of developing virtues such as courage, temperance, wisdom, and justice. In essence, self-knowledge serves as the solid foundation upon which Stoic philosophy is built, helping us discern what is within our control and what lies beyond it. It allows us to identify our desires and aversions, and, in doing so, to shape our minds according to virtuous principles. This journey of self-discovery empowers us to free ourselves from the bondage of our emotions and thoughts, making us more resilient and wise in the face of life's inevitable challenges. As we explore the principles of Stoic philosophy, we find a roadmap to mastering our minds and, consequently, our lives. From the cultivation of self-knowledge to the pursuit of virtue as the ultimate good, these teachings offer us the tools to navigate the turbulent waters of existence with clarity, wisdom, and ethical integrity. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true wealth is found not in material possessions, but in inner peace, self-transformation, and the relentless pursuit of virtue. In a world that often presents us with challenges and uncertainties, Stoicism offers a guiding light that leads us toward a more balanced and meaningful life. It reminds us that, despite external circumstances, we have the power to shape our minds and choices. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Your engagement helps YouTube recognize the value of this content and allows us to continue creating more videos that benefit people like you. Top of form. Bottom of form. Have you ever felt like the universe is either working with you or completely against you? Imagine for a moment, what if I told you that the difference lies entirely in how you align your thoughts and emotions? Welcome, because in today's video, we're going to explore how Stoic philosophy and the law of attraction can genuinely transform your life. Yes, you heard that right. This ancient philosophy has more to do with what you attract into your life than you might think. Your thoughts are like a powerful magnet, drawing to you either your deepest desires or your darkest fears. If you constantly dwell in negativity, then it shouldn't surprise you when life fails to meet your expectations. But the moment you begin to shift your focus toward the positive, you'll notice how everything around you starts to work in your favor. It's not some mystical trick. It's both grounded science and time-tested wisdom. Stoicism teaches us a vital truth. While we can't control everything that happens to us, we can control how we respond. So the question is, are you ready to become the creator of your destiny? Because it all starts right here, in your mind. Together, let's discover 11 timeless principles that can help you attract what you truly desire. Make sure you stick around from the very beginning, because what we're about to explore could be the shift you've been looking for. Before we dive in, if these kinds of videos bring value to your life, please consider subscribing and clicking the bell icon so you never miss a lesson, some of which could change everything for you. Let's begin with one of the most fundamental ideas, the relationship between thoughts and emotions. Have you ever considered how your inner world, your thoughts and feelings, acts like a magnet, constantly shaping your outer reality? You might think that's just another overused self-help phrase, but let's look at it through a more grounded, even ironic perspective. According to Stoic teachings, the key to achieving inner peace lies in mastering how we interpret events and react to them, not in changing the world itself. Now, before you assume this is going to be a dusty lecture on old philosophy, let me show you just how relevant this idea is to your everyday life. Imagine you're in a grocery store, choosing between a box of nutritious cereal and a bag of chips. Most of us end up going for the chips, secretly hoping it won't show up on the scale. But here's the twist. Your thoughts are like your shopping cart. If you keep loading your mind with negative, unhelpful thoughts, it's like stuffing that cart with junk food. The result? A life weighed down by stress and drained of joy. Let's make it even more tangible. Suppose you constantly worry about losing your job. Instead of focusing on improving your skills or staying optimistic, you create an emotional atmosphere that practically invites misfortune. It's almost as if the universe says, "Oh, you're expecting the worst? Okay, let's make it happen." Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that simply imagining a beachfront mansion will make one appear out of thin air, complete with champagne on ice. The law of attraction isn't about fantasy. It's about aligning your focus and actions with what you truly desire. Think of your thoughts and emotions as the GPS system of your life. When you keep your destination in sight and stay on course, you're far more likely to get where you want to go. But if you're constantly switching directions, don't be surprised when you end up stuck in the roundabout of disappointment. To apply this principle, begin by paying attention to your internal patterns. Are you more often cruising down the highway of complaints or walking the path of gratitude? Awareness of your mental habits is the first step toward real change. When negative thinking takes over, make a conscious shift. Instead of dwelling on what might go wrong, ask yourself what you can do to make things better. If you're worried about your weight, for instance, don't just despair over the extra pounds. Instead, focus on how to embrace healthier habits that will bring you closer to your goals. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we can't control every detail of our external world, we can control where we place our mental and emotional energy. So next time you catch yourself stuck in a spiral of negative thinking, remember, those thoughts are magnets and they're pulling real experiences into your life. Make the decision to plant better mental seeds, thoughts of hope, intention, and resilience, so you can eventually harvest a more fulfilling reality. As Carl Jung said, our thoughts and emotions are the brushes with which we paint our future. Let's shift to another key idea, focusing on your desires. Think about this. Have you ever tried lighting a fire with a pile of damp wood? It's a frustrating process. You want to feel that warm blaze, but all you get is smoke and ashes. That's exactly how it works when your desires are unclear or poorly focused. The firewood symbolizes your aspirations, and the law of attraction is the flame you hope to ignite. Without dry, well-arranged wood, meaning specific, organized intentions, your fire won't catch. Your dreams will suffocate under the weight of confusion. We all have dreams. Maybe a new job, a loving partner, or a healthier body. But if your intentions are as vague as, "I just want a better life," then you're setting yourself up for frustration. The law of attraction, despite its mystical aura, actually demands precision. Clarity is the missing ingredient that turns wishful thinking into practical reality. Here's a real-world example. Let's say you want a new job. If all you say is, "I need a job," you might attract anything from selling insurance door to door to stocking shelves at a grocery store. But if you get clear, let's say you want a position in digital marketing at a company with flexible hours and a positive culture, then your mental picture becomes a detailed map that guides you straight to what you're really looking for. The same goes for relationships. Saying, "I want someone," is as vague as saying you'd like to win the lottery without buying a ticket. But when you visualize someone who shares your passions, someone who loves music, makes you laugh, and aligns with your values, you start painting a much clearer, more attainable picture. And when it comes to weight loss or personal health, again, vague goals don't cut it. Wanting to lose weight is a start, but not enough. If you say, "I want to lose 5 kilograms in the next 3 months and feel more toned," you're turning a blurry hope into a strategy. So, how do you put this into action? Start by reflecting on what you truly want. Write it down. Be specific. Then visualize your goal with the same emotional intensity you'd feel if it had already happened. This isn't just about wanting. It's about truly believing and emotionally experiencing the outcome in advance. That emotional clarity is what fuels the law of attraction. Without it, you're basically waiting for a fire to start on its own without the right setup. But when you organize your mental firewood, the universe is far more likely to respond with that warm, focused flame of opportunity. As Einstein once said, the universe responds with the same level of clarity and precision that we use when speaking to it. Now let's talk about belief and faith. Ever feel like your dreams are as far off as a trip to Mars, except you're riding a cardboard rocket? Here's why. Belief and faith are the fuel for the engine that drives your desires. Without them, you're left with a stalled vehicle and no destination in sight. Let's unpack this. Think of your dream as a plant. That plant needs the water of belief to grow. Without faith, it dries up and dies. The law of attraction isn't just about imagining outcomes. It's about fueling those visions with deep-rooted trust. If you don't believe in your dreams, it's like trying to fly a plane without gas. Take a moment and reflect. If you don't even think it's possible to win, why would the universe play along? If deep down you believe success is out of reach, then everything you do will unconsciously reflect that doubt. You might sabotage your progress or miss out on opportunities simply because you didn't think you were worthy of them in the first place. So, before you wish for something, ask yourself, do you actually believe it's possible? Because belief isn't just a passive feeling, it's the energy that drives action. And without it, even the most beautiful dream becomes just another forgotten hope. Playing the lottery is like hoping the moon will shine like the sun. At night, it's a shot in the dark. And if you've stopped believing in true love, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack while blindfolded. The truth is, nothing slows down your dreams more than a lack of faith. Now you might be asking, how on earth do I shift these limiting beliefs into empowering ones? The good news is, you don't need a magic spell to do it. Instead, begin by collecting proof that your dreams can be real. Find stories of people who have achieved what you're striving for. It's not about copying them, it's about realizing that your dream isn't as out of reach as you once thought. Picture true love as a hidden gem, a diamond in the rough. When you see others discover it, you're inspired to keep looking with renewed hope. Surround yourself with people who believe in your dreams, even if it means editing your contact list. Because when you're constantly around people who think your ambitions are foolish, you'll eventually start doubting yourself too, like a vacuum cleaner trying to work in the desert. But if you spend time with positive, supportive people, it's like sailing a boat with the wind at your back. Their encouragement will push you forward, and never underestimate the power of your mindset. Life can often feel like a gauntlet of challenges, but a hopeful perspective can transform those hurdles into stepping stones. Stoic philosophy teaches us to accept what we can't control and focus on what we can, our response. Face challenges with dignity and turn doubt into determination. You're the hero in this epic story, and the villain, doubt, can be defeated with the sword of faith. Ultimately, your beliefs and your trust in yourself are the keys to unlocking your dreams. Not believing in yourself is like trying to force open a locked door when the key is lying just under the rug. So start believing. Seek out proof that your goals are possible. Surround yourself with encouragement. Maintain your hope. And you might be surprised how close you already are to the life you want. As Gandhi once said, faith is the first step toward any destination, while doubt is the first step toward standing still. Now, let's talk about something small yet powerful: gratitude and appreciation. These two words seem to be trending everywhere in the self-help and modern wisdom space. But have you ever stopped to wonder why they're so emphasized? It's almost as if the universe is whispering, "Be grateful and you'll receive everything." Okay, maybe not everything, but certainly more of what truly matters. Let's break it down. Saying thank you might sound simple, like a polite good morning or asking someone to pass the salt. But when you mean it, when it's heartfelt, you tap into something magical. Imagine you're at a restaurant. You can either be the grumpy customer who complains that the bread is cold, or the one who smiles and thanks the waiter for their service. Which customer do you think gets better treatment? The first might keep getting cold bread and bad vibes, but the second might be surprised with a special recommendation, or even a free dessert. That's the essence of the law of attraction. Positive energy brings more positive experiences. Practicing gratitude is like turning yourself into a magnet for good things. Picture your life as a house under construction. If all you do is gripe about the leaks and the crooked walls, then the workers, symbolizing the universe, won't be too motivated to keep building. But if you express appreciation for the small progress, you're signaling that their effort is valued. That encouragement inspires more support from the universe instead of resistance. And here's the best part. You don't need any spells or rituals to bring this into your life. Just a bit of consistency. Set aside a few minutes each day to reflect on what you have to be thankful for. It doesn't need to be anything earth-shattering. It could be the warmth of sunlight on your skin or the aroma of fresh coffee in the morning. Those little moments matter deeply. Keep a gratitude journal. It might sound like a cliché, but it works like a treasure map. Instead of gold, you discover the blessings already present in your life. Write down at least 3 specific things you're grateful for every day. Not just, I'm grateful for my family, but more like, I'm grateful for my family's unwavering love and support. That level of detail transforms your gratitude into something tangible. And here's a tip for those tough days when everything seems to go wrong. Find something, even the smallest thing, to be thankful for. Maybe you can't appreciate the rain, but you can be grateful for the roof over your head. Gratitude is your flashlight in the dark, revealing glimmers of hope when everything feels gloomy. Gratitude isn't just a nice word. It's a real force. When you focus on what you have and genuinely appreciate it, you raise your vibration and invite more good into your life. So the next time you feel stuck in a loop of complaints, remember that whatever you appreciate multiplies. As Marcus Aurelius said in Meditations, if you can't be thankful for what you have, you'll never be satisfied with what you receive. Now, let's dive into another big one. Inspired action. The law of attraction has a way of painting a dreamy picture. Just think happy thoughts, and life will magically align. Sounds amazing, right? But then reality hits. You've been visualizing your dream life, but somehow your couch and your go-to pizza delivery still seem to be your closest companions. Let's be honest, there's no magic wand here. The real secret is inspired action. But what does that actually mean? Think of the law of attraction as a vending machine. You can insert all the coins, positive thoughts, you want, and press the button for your desire. But if you don't actually select the right product, or worse, never press the button, you'll just stand there, disappointed. Inspired action is that decisive press. It's the moment you stop just wishing and start doing. Let's bring it back to earth. You're not going to land your dream job by lounging at home, sipping coffee, and waiting for a call from your dream boss. If you want that job, you'll need to send out resumes, network, go to interviews. Inspired action isn't some cute idea. It's the engine that propels you toward your goals. Want new love? Daydreaming about it won't do much unless you actually put yourself out there. You've got to meet people and put in effort. Surprise. So, how can you make this work in your life? Start by taking small but steady actions in the direction of your goals. These tiny steps are like the bricks that form the road to your dreams. Don't expect instant results. Sometimes patience is just as important as effort. Trust your gut. What excites you? What stirs something in your soul? Listen to that inner nudge. It's guiding you. Inspired action is about moving with intention, not just obligation. And remember, don't give up. While patience is crucial, persistence is the glue that holds your vision together. Success doesn't always show up overnight, but every effort you make brings you closer to what you want. The Stoics understood this. They knew that strength of character and perseverance were key ingredients for reaching any meaningful goal. So, the next time someone talks about manifesting dreams, remember that it's not just about imagining a better life. It's about moving toward it. Inspired action is the bridge that connects your desires to your reality. If you want to see real change, you have to stop dreaming with your eyes closed and start showing up for yourself. It's not rocket science, just a little consistency, a bit of passion, and yes, plenty of patience. And now, we arrive at a hidden villain on your journey, self-sabotage. Have you ever felt like your biggest obstacle is you? Not in some dramatic movie scene where you're trapped in a dark alley facing your reflection, but in a quieter, sneakier way. Self-sabotage isn't flashy, it's subtle, but it's just as dangerous. It's like a tiny voice in your mind, a whisper from the shadows that convinces you you're not enough, not smart enough, not strong enough, not ready. And the worst part? Most of the time, you don't even realize it's happening. Self-sabotage is that invisible mouse nibbling away at the corners of your dreams. You think you're avoiding failure, but you're actually building walls between yourself and everything you truly want. Yes, we're all guilty of it, more than we'd like to admit. But here's the truth. Once you can spot it, you can stop it. And that's where change begins. The idea that happiness is meant for others, or that success is some kind of luxury that only a few lucky souls can enjoy, is one of the biggest lies we quietly carry. As if that weren't enough, there's often a little voice inside us, one that poses as a director of our inner tragedy, guiding us away from our goals and dreams at every step. But what if I told you that this isn't the final script, that you have the power to rewrite the whole story? The first move is awareness. Pay attention to those negative thoughts and deep-seated beliefs that sneak through your mind like thieves in the night. It's like unknowingly living with a trusted burglar in your home. If you don't notice it, it will steal the most precious things from you: your peace, your confidence, your joy. This is where Stoic philosophy comes in. With its focus on self-discipline and emotional control, the Stoics teach us that the path to a fulfilling life begins with mastering oneself. So, if your thoughts are a mess, why not bring in some Stoic order? The next step is to consciously replace those harmful, destructive thoughts with new ones that are positive, empowering, and life-giving. Think of your thoughts as gardeners. If you keep planting seeds of doubt and fear, your inner garden will bloom with insecurity. But if you plant seeds of hope, trust, and confidence, your mind will grow a lush, beautiful garden of success and satisfaction. This isn't a quick fix. It takes time and effort. But every positive thought you nurture is one more step forward, not backward. Then there's the task of rebuilding your self-esteem and belief in yourself. You're not borrowing someone else's confidence, you're constructing your own. Self-worth isn't something gifted to you, it's something you create. So whenever that inner voice tells you that you're not worthy of happiness or success, remember, real success begins in your thoughts. Shifting your mindset might take mental energy, but here's the empowering truth. You have the ability to rewrite your own story. The law of attraction can't do much if you're caught in a cycle of self-sabotage. But the moment you begin breaking those internal chains, your whole world shifts. In the end, freeing yourself from self-sabotage is like steering a ship that's wandered into dangerous waters. You're not changing the ocean, you're just setting a new course. So, if you've been unknowingly sabotaging yourself, your new path starts now. As Oscar Wilde once said, change your thoughts and you change your destiny. Now, let's dive into something that might sound a bit mystical at first: vibrations and energy. Have you ever thought of yourself as a human speaker, constantly emitting vibrations into the universe? It might sound like science fiction, but hang on a moment. According to the law of attraction, Everything in the universe, from the stars in the sky to the tiniest grain of sand, is energy. And you, my friend, are no exception. You are a pulsing, vibrant sea of energy, and the frequency you emit has a way of attracting matching experiences. Picture this. You're like a giant speaker, continuously sending out a vibrational tune. When you're filled with joy, love, and gratitude, you emit a kind of melody that resonates beautifully with the universe. In response, the universe echoes those vibes back to you, like a cosmic boomerang that brings back even more reasons to smile. Of course, life isn't always sunshine and good vibes. There are days when all you want is to hide in your pajamas, binge-watch your favorite series, and let your inner critic do the talking. It happens. But here's the trick. When you sink into sadness or negative thinking, your energetic signal becomes dull and dissonant, like background elevator music. And oddly enough, the universe picks up on that too and mirrors it back with more of the same. So, how do you become the DJ of your own frequency? How do you send out music that the universe wants to dance to? Start by surrounding yourself with people who lift you up. If your friends sound more like a chorus of complaints than a joyful band, it might be time to look for new collaborators. Energy is contagious, good or bad. Being in the company of uplifting souls can do wonders for your spirit. Also, give yourself permission to enjoy life. It could be something as simple as basking in the morning sun, or savoring a quiet cup of coffee while reading a book that warms your heart. These small acts of joy raise your vibration faster than any motivational speech ever could. And never underestimate the power of stillness, whether through meditation, deep breathing, or yoga. These moments of calm help tune your frequency to align with the universe's best rhythms. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we can't control everything around us, we can always control how we respond. So instead of letting life's chaos hijack your energy, choose to keep your vibrations high. Being a high vibration emitter isn't just a feel-good idea. It's a way of living with greater meaning and satisfaction. Sure, the universe won't always answer with a smile, but maintaining a positive frequency can make the ride much smoother. Remember this, what you send out is what you attract. So play the kind of music you want to hear back. Now, let's face something we all know too well, but rarely want to acknowledge: resistance. No, not the gym kind that promises toned muscles. We're talking about the invisible mental resistance that blocks your path, making you trip over your own doubts and fears. This resistance is often the biggest obstacle when trying to work with the law of attraction. It's like using a GPS that leads you away from where you truly want to go, and shockingly, you're the one programming the route. Imagine being out at sea, with a boat full of potential and dreams. You should be sailing freely, but instead you're battling the waves you've created yourself. These waves? They're made of fear, doubt, and negative thinking. You're stirring up a storm just when you need calm waters to move forward. Let's say you want to start something new, a business, a creative project, a fresh chapter in life. But instead of envisioning success, you get caught up in the fear of failing. It's like tying a mental anchor to yourself that keeps you from moving. Or maybe you're clinging tightly to something you already have, afraid that opening yourself to more might mean losing what little is yours now. But that fear only pulls you down deeper. So how do you free yourself from resistance? The first step is awareness. You can't overcome what you don't acknowledge. It's like trying to fix a car without understanding what's broken. Pause and look within. What's holding you back? Is it fear of failure? Fear of loss? A lack of belief in yourself? Once you've identified your resistance, don't fight it. Let it drift away. Picture your negative thoughts as leaves floating down a river. You don't need to grab them. Let them pass by while you stay focused on what truly matters. Turn your attention to your desires, your goals, your dreams. That's how you steer your boat toward peaceful waters. The Stoics teach us that while we can't control everything, we can always choose our behavior and response. Similarly, in the context of the law of attraction, the only real power you hold is over your own thoughts and emotions. So instead of fighting change, flow with it. Instead of fearing failure, open up to success. Resistance is like a silent thief that drains your energy and delays your progress. To attract what you desire, you must drop the anchors of fear and doubt. Acknowledge them, release them, and return your focus to your vision. In doing so, you're not just practicing the law of attraction, you're embracing a Stoic way of life. Take it from someone who's lived this truth. Where there is resistance, your desires become a struggle. But where there is flow, success begins to feel like destiny. Now, let's talk about something we all feel but struggle to master: time and patience. Time, this strange, invisible force, pushes us forward and pulls at our anxiety all at once. We all know deep down that there's no fast-forward button in life, even if we sometimes wish there was. But instead of surrendering to the pressure of the ticking clock, what if we learned to move in harmony with its rhythm? Let's take a moment to understand patience, not as resignation, but as a kind of quiet strength that moves with time rather than against it. Why not learn to move gracefully to the rhythm that life sets? Let's talk about patience, that virtue we all admire from afar, but struggle to truly embody in our daily lives. Think of your dreams and goals as seeds you've planted. If you try to force their growth by drowning them in too much fertilizer, you'll only end up with a fragile, stressed-out plant. Patience, on the other hand, is the natural nourishment that allows that plant to thrive, strong and full of life. Start by being consistent in your actions. This is where Stoic philosophy becomes a powerful ally. The Stoics remind us that our true power lies in how we respond, not in the immediate outcomes we see. You can do everything right: water your plant, place it in the sun, tend to it lovingly, but if you don't give it the time it needs, it won't bear fruit. So focus on your daily care, give it light, nurture it, and then release the need to stare at it every second, anxiously waiting for the first sprout to emerge. Don't fall into the trap of comparing yourself to others. Every plant has its own rhythm and time to bloom. Comparing your little sapling to a towering oak is both unfair and disheartening. It only breeds frustration. Instead, take pride in your own garden. Celebrate every small sign of growth, every sprout that pushes through the soil. Those little moments deserve to be honored. Every step you take, no matter how small, is a meaningful victory. Never underestimate the importance of these small wins, because they are the building blocks of greater success. Think of them as tiny drops of water forming a river. At first, it may not look like much, but over time, that steady flow becomes an unstoppable current. When it comes to the law of attraction, it's true that our thoughts can magnetize the things we desire. But let's not forget that action plays a critical role. The real magic happens when a positive mindset is paired with consistent effort. So go ahead, dream big, but make sure your actions reflect the same level of intention and patience. Time is not your adversary, it's your partner, as long as you're willing to work in harmony with it. Patience doesn't mean waiting passively. It means staying active, staying committed, even when the results aren't immediately visible. It's about trusting the journey, celebrating your progress, and refusing to measure your worth by how fast you get there. In the end, the journey itself holds more meaning than the speed of the destination. There's a Stoic proverb that perfectly captures this. Patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while you wait. Now let's talk about alignment with the universe. Have you ever felt like the universe is working against you? Maybe your morning started with spilled coffee, then you got stuck in soul-crushing traffic, and just when you thought things couldn't get worse, you realized you left your umbrella behind right as the skies opened up. If that sounds familiar, you might be out of sync with the universe. But don't worry, you're not alone in this cosmic dance. And the good news is, it's something you can realign. Picture your life as a symphony, with the universe acting as the conductor. If you want your melody to be in harmony, you need to be in tune with the maestro. That means trusting that, in its infinite wisdom, the universe is orchestrating everything in your favor, even when your cat spills your documents or your Wi-Fi takes an unexpected break. Everything is unfolding at just the right moment, whether it feels like it or not. So how do you tune yourself back to the universe's rhythm? Start with something simple. Reconnect with nature. Take a walk in the park, breathe in the fresh air, watch how the leaves dance with the breeze. It's the universe whispering in your ear, reminding you that you're part of something much larger. You don't need to be a philosopher to appreciate the beauty of the world. You just need to be present enough to notice it. Another powerful way to align with yourself and the universe is through meditation or yoga. Think of these quiet practices as sacred spaces where you can hear the soft hum of the cosmos. Meditation helps you access that inner peace that feels so elusive when daily life is spinning with chaos. Yoga, meanwhile, stretches more than your muscles. It stretches your perspective. Both are like tuning your instrument before the big concert, ensuring that every part of you is in harmony with the larger performance. And finally, never underestimate the power of gratitude. Being thankful for what you already have is like saying to the universe, "Yes, I'm in sync with your frequency." Whether it's your cozy bed, a good friend, or a moment of peace, when you appreciate the little things, you open the door to greater abundance. It's as if you're sending out a signal that says, "I'm ready for more." So go ahead, invite the universe to surprise you. Stoic wisdom fits seamlessly here. Their teachings on accepting what we can't control and focusing on how we respond help guide us toward inner peace. Alignment with the universe doesn't require a Stoic badge of honor, but their philosophy can be a valuable compass. It's all about living in accordance with the natural order, not fighting against it. Realigning your life with the universe doesn't have to be complicated. Spend time in nature, find stillness through meditation, practice gratitude, and above all, trust the cosmic flow. Stop resisting the current and begin to move with it. The universe is not an adversary to defeat, but a dance partner inviting you to join the rhythm of life. Keep this close to heart. The universe gives you exactly what you need when you are at peace within yourself. And if you've made it this far, drop a comment that says, "I am what I think." That way, I'll know you're one of the true champions who stayed till the end of this powerful lesson. I can't wait to hear your stories of growth and success. So go ahead, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and leave your comment. That helps us continue creating content that speaks to your soul and uplifts others like you. Be sure to check out the last 2 videos we've recommended just for you. Thank you for being here. Your time and support mean the world to us. See you in the next adventure. Have you ever found yourself in a relationship that slowly chips away at your peace, your confidence, and your sense of self-worth? In today's video, we're going to uncover 9 unmistakable signs that it may be time to cut ties completely, even if that person is someone close to you, like a friend or a family member. Picture this. Is there someone in your life who consistently makes you feel guilty, judged, or as though your value depends solely on how much you please them? As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Setting boundaries and creating distance isn't selfish. It's a vital act of self-respect and protection for your inner peace. This video is designed to help you not only identify these toxic patterns, but also to equip you with the tools and confidence to confront them without guilt and without second-guessing yourself. Make sure to stay with me until the very end, because I'll be revealing one of the most subtle yet widespread signs of a damaging relationship, one that many people overlook, and I'll share how you can liberate yourself from it for good. Before we dive in, if you find these insights valuable, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any future content that empowers your spirit and transforms your relationships for the better. Now, let's begin this important journey of reclaiming your freedom, your dignity, and the peace of mind you truly deserve. First, avoid people who are unwilling to spend money. Have you ever encountered someone whose first comment to you always seems to revolve around not having enough money? At first, it's easy to feel sympathy, especially if you believe they're going through a tough time. But strangely, these individuals often enjoy a fairly comfortable lifestyle, taking trips, indulging in hobbies, and spending on their own pleasures. Yet, when it comes to you or any shared commitment, they suddenly claim financial limitations to avoid responsibility or avoid giving back. This isn't about struggling with poverty. It's about intentional behavior. If you've experienced this, pause and reflect. This is not a sign of a balanced or authentic connection. I once had a friend just like this. Every time we planned an activity together, he would find a reason related to money to back out. But I noticed that he had no problem spending on expensive clothes or impressing others. One day, when he backed out of a trip we had both been excited about, I realized the issue wasn't money. It was the lack of value he placed on our time together. That was the turning point for me. I understood then that such relationships cannot thrive because they aren't built on fairness or genuine care. Whether it's with friends, family members, or romantic partners, every healthy relationship is rooted in mutual giving and shared respect. If you constantly find yourself giving while the other person continually takes, with no sign of effort to reciprocate, then you're carrying the weight of an unbalanced and emotionally draining connection. Always remember, fulfilling relationships are based on mutual respect, equality, and heartfelt care. If someone only sees you as a resource to be used rather than a person to be valued, don't hesitate to establish firm boundaries or even step away entirely. Your life deserves to be surrounded by connections that offer joy, empathy, and sincere appreciation. Second, avoid people who frequently argue and expect you to take sides. Have you ever felt trapped in a relationship where every conversation seems to spiral into conflict? That's exactly what it feels like to deal with someone who constantly seeks out arguments. These individuals don't just stir up unnecessary drama, they also pull you into it, forcing you to choose a side in their personal battles. They bring turbulence into every interaction, draining not just their own energy, but also yours. I once had a friend who outwardly appeared confident, but whenever a disagreement came up, even over something small, he'd immediately escalate it into a full-blown argument. One time, during a casual gathering with friends while we were discussing travel plans, a minor difference of opinion arose. He suddenly turned to me and demanded that I back him up in front of everyone. That experience changed our friendship forever. I realized then that anyone who thrives on conflict and pressures others to align with them makes it impossible to maintain a peaceful or balanced relationship. Constant arguing doesn't indicate strength or intelligence. It's often a symptom of emotional immaturity and insecurity. People who argue for the sake of control or validation sabotage not only their relationships, but also their own personal development. A truly wise person doesn't feel the need to win every disagreement. They prioritize peace, understanding, and resolution. If you find yourself caught in endless cycles of conflict or regularly dragged into disputes that aren't yours to fight, take a moment to reflect. Cultivating calmness in your life protects your relationships and shields your inner peace. In the end, the most valuable treasures in life are not found in drama or debate, but in peaceful connections and a quiet, steady mind. Third, avoid people who dismiss or minimize the worries of others. In the journey of life, each of us carries our own distinct set of burdens, no two alike. The worries we bear, the joys we experience, and the sorrows we endure cannot be compared on any universal scale. Yet one of the most disheartening experiences in life is when we open up about our struggles, only to be met with people who not only downplay our pain, but also amplify their own as if theirs are more significant. This kind of reaction isn't just inconsiderate. It undermines trust and slowly eats away at the very foundation of any relationship. I remember a time when I shared with a longtime friend how overwhelmed I felt trying to balance work while caring for my aging parents. Rather than offering a moment of empathy or even a listening ear, he brushed aside my concerns and quickly shifted the conversation to talk about how stressed he was at work, as if my reality was invisible. That moment didn't just leave me disappointed, it left a deep emotional bruise. It taught me something crucial. Meaningful relationships can only thrive when both people make an effort to genuinely listen and value each other's challenges as much as they'd like their own to be acknowledged. True respect isn't found in grand, sweeping gestures. It lives in the smallest actions, thanking someone sincerely for their help or offering a heartfelt apology when you've caused pain. These simple words, when spoken with sincerity, go far beyond social niceties. They form the bedrock of strong and lasting human connections. It's important to step away from people who lack this kind of gratitude. If someone cannot celebrate your wins or empathize with your struggles, if they find amusement in your pain, that reveals not only a lack of compassion, but a deep, unsettling indifference. We may not have control over how others behave, but we do have control over who we allow into our inner circle. Choose relationships rooted in mutual respect, kindness, and sincerity. Keep company with those who rejoice in your happiness, comfort you in your grief, and genuinely wish you well. Taking joy in someone else's suffering doesn't just hurt them, it chips away at your own humanity. Living with empathy and compassion won't just help you build meaningful relationships, it will lead you to a life full of purpose and depth, a life truly worth living. Equally important is to steer clear of individuals who try to impose their religious or political beliefs on you. No two people are exactly the same, and that diversity is part of what makes human relationships so rich and meaningful. Real connection is not about forcing others to adopt your worldview, but about recognizing and appreciating differences while building common ground from them. Still, some people feel compelled to constantly push their beliefs on others, be it spiritual, ideological, or political. And this kind of behavior is not only draining, it can fracture relationships beyond repair. I once had a close friend who, with every conversation, felt the need to convince me that his way of life was the only right one. At first, I tried to engage in thoughtful discussions and defended my own beliefs, hoping for mutual understanding. But after each interaction, I found myself emotionally exhausted. Nothing changed. No progress was made. The debates became repetitive, more about ego than insight. And I eventually realized that these exchanges were only driving a wedge between us. Arguments rooted in the need to be right often do nothing but create distance and resentment. Even when you win such an argument, the sense of victory is fleeting and usually comes at the cost of another person's dignity. The most damaging consequence isn't the disagreement itself, but the subtle emotional wounds and the growing disconnect it causes. Truly wise individuals don't argue simply to be right. They listen, they empathize, and they understand when it's best to step back. Real success in a relationship isn't found in overpowering the other person's views. It's found in conquering your own pride to nurture mutual respect and harmony. Letting go of the need to always be right doesn't make you weak. It makes you peaceful. That's a reward no argument can ever give. If you've stayed with me this far, leave a comment below saying peacefulness, so I know you're on this journey with me. Together, let's keep learning, growing, and creating lives filled with meaning and emotional clarity. Finally, recognize when a friendship starts making you feel uneasy or drained. If being around someone consistently leaves you feeling distressed, it's time to reconsider that relationship. Sometimes the people who once brought you joy, laughter, and unforgettable memories begin to feel distant, not necessarily because you or they did something wrong, but simply because life has taken you both in different directions. Growth changes us. As we evolve, so do our interests, values, and perspectives. There was a story a colleague once shared about his childhood friend. They had spent countless cherished moments together, from going to the movies and playing sports to dreaming about their future. But over time, something shifted. Conversations began to feel forced. Meetings became more of a chore than a joy. What once flowed effortlessly now felt strained. That's not necessarily a tragedy. It's a natural part of life's rhythm. Not all relationships are meant to last forever. Some serve a beautiful purpose for a time and then quietly fade as we grow. Recognizing this isn't an act of betrayal. It's an act of self-respect. When a connection no longer brings peace, but instead brings anxiety or sadness, it's okay to let it go. Honor the good memories, but protect your present peace. Life is too short to keep holding on to relationships that no longer nourish your soul. I remember a story shared by a colleague. He spoke of a childhood friend, someone with whom he had created countless unforgettable memories, going to the movies together, playing sports, and imagining the futures they would one day build. But as time went on, life pulled them in different directions. One moved away to a new city, building a career and starting a family, while the other remained in their hometown, living a quieter, simpler life. Whenever they managed to reconnect, it just didn't feel the same. Their conversations became awkward, filled with polite small talk and a subtle undercurrent of unfamiliarity. My colleague admitted that he initially put in a lot of effort to keep the friendship alive, but the more he tried, the more he began to see that they had changed so much that the closeness they once had was no longer there. Eventually, he chose to step back, not because he stopped caring, but because he realized that letting go was the only respectful way to acknowledge the changes both of them had gone through. Relationships, he said, are like a dance. Both people need to move in sync for the connection to feel right. When the rhythm falls out of harmony, both dancers feel uncomfortable and tired. Rather than placing blame on himself or his friend, he chose to accept what had changed. Sometimes, stepping back is the wisest and kindest choice. It doesn't mean erasing someone from your story. It means allowing space for both people to continue growing, even if it's apart. A gentle goodbye can often be more healing than trying to force a bond that no longer fits. Life is a constant state of change, and relationships reflect that too. The key lies in knowing when to hold on and when it's time to move forward. Treasure the beautiful moments you've shared, but don't be afraid to let that relationship become a cherished memory. Sometimes, letting go isn't just an act of compassion for someone else, it's a sign of self-respect. There's also wisdom in steering clear of those who endlessly complain about themselves. Have you ever felt like an emotional trash can, the kind of person others come to just to unload all their sadness, frustrations, and constant negativity? Everyone needs someone to lean on now and then. We all go through difficult seasons. But there's a big difference between sharing from a place of mutual empathy and simply dumping emotions without care. I once had a friend named Sarah, a former colleague who I was once very close to. During a time when my mother became critically ill, I was overwhelmed, juggling the demands of work while being her primary caregiver. It was one of the most emotionally and physically exhausting times in my life. Yet Sarah came to me almost daily, not to offer comfort or check in on me, but to complain. She went on and on about how much she hated her job, how her boss treated her poorly, how her husband never helped her at home. And, despite my own state of distress, she never once asked how I was holding up. I tried gently to shift the conversation and express some of what I was going through, but she always found a way to redirect things back to herself. Each time I interacted with her, I walked away feeling emotionally depleted, and at times even guilty that I couldn't be more available for her. The final straw came shortly after my mother had undergone major surgery. Sarah called me, not to ask how things went, but to complain that I hadn't replied to her messages quickly enough. That was the moment I realized something had to change. I told her honestly, "Sarah, I can't do this anymore. I have too much on my plate, and I need the people around me to understand that and offer some support." There was a long silence. After that, the distance between us grew naturally. It hurt, but I knew it was necessary to protect my own well-being. Not every complaint needs to be voiced to others, and no one should be treated as an emotional dumping ground. If someone isn't truly looking for support or resolution, but merely offloading their pain onto you, it's okay to set boundaries. Learn to listen with intention, not obligation. Make room in your life for people who see your heart, not just your ears. True connection is built on mutual care, and sometimes the kindest thing you can do is to stop expecting others to be more than they are and start being gentler with yourself. Another type of person to avoid is someone who treats promises casually or breaks them without a second thought. Have you ever waited for someone who never arrived, offering only a weak excuse or no explanation at all? That moment when you realize you're not a priority to someone stings deeply. A promise isn't just words. It's a sign of respect, trust, and commitment. What's truly painful is when someone not only fails to follow through, but also seems to forget they ever made a commitment in the first place. That kind of carelessness doesn't just chip away at trust. It makes you feel like an afterthought, as though your time and feelings don't matter. I remember a time when I was sitting at my favorite coffee shop, waiting for a friend we had planned to meet. At first, I assumed she was simply delayed by traffic or caught up with something urgent. But after waiting for an entire hour, I finally received a message from her. "Totally forgot we had plans today, sorry." That simple message hit harder than she might have realized. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and in that moment, I had to face the truth. Continuing to tolerate this behavior was only hurting me. I knew she wasn't intentionally trying to cause harm, but her lack of attention, her failure to honor her word, said more than any apology ever could. When a relationship starts feeling like a constant emotional weight, when respect and mutual commitment are no longer present, it's a sign that it's time to take a hard look at what that connection truly brings into your life. Self-respect sometimes requires letting go of relationships that no longer add value or nourishment to your well-being. Healthy relationships are not built on empty promises or casual indifference. Listen closely to your emotions. They often whisper the truth before your mind catches up. You deserve to be in relationships where your presence is appreciated, where both sides make the effort to uplift one another. If someone consistently fails to meet that standard, don't be afraid to walk away. Every time you say no to people who don't value or respect you, you're actually opening the door for healthier, more fulfilling relationships to enter. Never forget, you are not just worthy of love, but you are also entitled to respect, not just in words, but through genuine actions. Avoid people who always bring up the same worries. Have you ever noticed how, when some people express their concerns to you, it doesn't seem like they're really seeking a solution? Instead, they just want temporary comfort, a moment of relief from their own mental chaos. This isn't necessarily wrong. The need to share and feel understood is deeply human. But if you find yourself stuck in conversations with someone who keeps repeating the same complaints, never taking any steps toward change, or even brushing off your well-intentioned advice, then it may be time to consider what that pattern is doing to both of you. There was a time when I had a former colleague who often approached me just to vent about work. At first, I thought she simply needed a safe space to air out her frustrations, so I listened patiently and even went out of my way to offer clear, practical suggestions to help her make things better. But again and again, she dismissed the advice and circled right back to the same complaints in every single conversation. Over time, it became clear she wasn't truly interested in changing her situation. She only wanted someone to echo her worries, not challenge her to rise above them. Eventually, I took a different approach. I gently told her that I valued our connection, but I was starting to feel like we were stuck in an endless loop. I told her, "If you genuinely want to make things better, I'm here for you. But that first step has to come from you." She didn't respond well. Still, deep down, I knew I had done the right thing. Listening to others is a powerful expression of compassion. But when it's done without any movement toward resolution, it slowly depletes the emotional energy of everyone involved. If you truly care for someone, sometimes the kindest thing you can do is to speak truth, even if it's uncomfortable. Real friendships aren't built on surface-level comfort. They're grounded in honest support and mutual growth. Remember, kindness isn't just about being a soft shoulder. It's also about helping someone confront their own barriers, even when it means being firm. Avoid people who boast excessively. You've probably encountered someone who, no matter the topic, finds a way to steer the conversation back to their past accomplishments. They talk about their former successes like they're the only parts of their life that matter, as if those moments are their entire identity. At first, it may seem impressive, even inspiring, but over time, you begin to see through it. These stories aren't just tales of pride, they're often a shield, hiding an inner emptiness or a lack of purpose in the present. I once knew a man who never missed an opportunity to talk about the prestigious awards he had won years ago. He would repeat every detail of his achievements with so much flair. But when it came to discussing his current life, he would always dodge the conversation or change the subject. It became clear he was stuck in a time when he felt most valuable, clinging to his old glory as if it were the only thing keeping him afloat. What saddened me the most was that instead of inspiring admiration, his behavior started pushing people away. It's important to understand that constantly reliving past victories doesn't enhance how others see you. In fact, it can have the opposite effect, making those around you feel unseen or less significant. A person who is truly confident and content doesn't need to advertise their achievements. Their presence speaks for itself, grounded in the now, not shackled to the past. Let your present life, your actions, your attitude, your growth, be the true reflection of your worth. Humility not only makes you more relatable, but also builds deeper, more authentic relationships based on mutual respect and real connection. As the old saying goes, silence is golden, and those who understand its power often turn out to be the ones most deeply respected. I'd love to hear about your journey, your victories, your struggles, and how you've grown through them. Please hit subscribe, tap the notification bell, and leave a comment below. Share your story, your strength, or just write peacefulness to let us know you made it through this reflection. Your engagement is what keeps this community thriving, a place where we grow together, learn from one another, and discover the art of transforming every challenge into an opportunity. I've also linked 2 more videos here, so feel free to keep watching and stay on the path of personal growth and empowerment. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next video. Imagine living with an unshakable sense of peace, where nothing and no one has the power to disturb your calm. A life where criticism, offenses, and problems no longer steal your tranquility. It may seem impossible, but the Stoics were able to achieve this while the world around them reacted with anger and frustration. They remained composed, not because they didn't feel emotions, but because they had learned to master them. In this post, I will share how you can achieve the same level of peace by applying Stoic teachings. Once you do, you'll find yourself no longer getting angry or upset with anyone. Not because the world will change, but because you will have transformed yourself. To begin, go to the comments and write, "Today, I start my best version. I am Stoic." By doing so, you commit to taking control of your mind and living with discipline. Now, let's dive into how you can master your emotions and achieve this inner peace. One of the most destructive emotions we can experience is anger. Not only does it harm the people around us, but it also eats away at us from the inside, weakening our minds and leading us to make decisions that we may later regret. The Stoics saw anger as one of the greatest threats to virtue, because when we allow anger to take control, we stop thinking rationally and become slaves to our impulses. Anger is not a sign of strength, but of weakness, a proof that we've lost control over ourselves. Anger is like a wildfire that starts from a small spark. Perhaps it's an offhand comment, an action we perceive as unfair, or an unexpected obstacle. If we feed it with negative thoughts, it grows and quickly spirals out of control, consuming our mental clarity, damaging our relationships, and harming our well-being. Marcus Aurelius wisely suggested that the best way to fight anger is by preventing it from arising in the first place. By learning to recognize the early signs of anger, we can extinguish it before it overwhelms us. The consequences of allowing anger to take over are dire. Not only does it lead to unnecessary conflict, but it also impacts our health. Science has confirmed what the Stoics knew long ago, that anger raises blood pressure, weakens the immune system, and can even trigger cardiovascular issues. Anger is not just a fleeting emotion, it's a poison that, if allowed to grow unchecked, can destroy both the mind and body. As Epictetus taught, it's not the external events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. If someone insults us, it's not the insult itself that harms us, but the value we attach to it. Learning to control our perception is the first step toward mastering anger. When we allow ourselves to be swept up by anger, our actions often become irrational. In the heat of the moment, it might seem justified to yell, insult, or lash out. However, when the storm has passed, we realize that our response only made the situation worse. A moment of anger can destroy relationships that took years to build, and harsh words can leave scars that never heal. Seneca described anger as a brief delirium, a state where we lose control over our words and actions. If we take a moment to observe ourselves closely, we'll notice that most of our angry reactions are disproportionate and illogical. Think of an argument with a loved one. In the heat of the argument, harsh words might seem necessary, but once things calm down, we realize that we could have handled the situation more wisely. Problems can often be solved with calm dialogue and patience, but anger clouds our judgment, making us seek revenge rather than solutions. This only feeds a cycle of resentment and pain. The Stoics taught that the best way to combat anger is through self-discipline and reflection. Marcus Aurelius suggested that we remember that life is short, and most of the things that upset us are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Seneca recommended practicing patience and indifference toward provocations. True strength lies not in responding with violence, but in remaining calm when everything around us seems to be pushing us toward anger. Anger is an internal enemy, a beast that, if not tamed, can consume us. But the good news is that we can train ourselves to resist it. The next time you feel anger rising, stop and ask yourself if it's really worth it. Remember, no one has the power to disturb you unless you allow it. Peace is not found in the absence of provocations, but in the ability to face them with calmness and control. All negative emotions, including anger, arise from unmet expectations. Negative emotions don't stem from what happens to us, but from what we expect to happen. Frustration, anger, sadness, all of these emotions share a common root: the gap between what we expected and what actually occurred. When we believe that the world should behave in a certain way and it doesn't, we feel disappointed or hurt. But in truth, The fault lies with us for having created unrealistic expectations. We cling to illusions, and when reality shatters those illusions, instead of adapting, we react with suffering. We get angry because people don't act as we want them to, because the outcomes we expected don't materialize, or because life doesn't follow the script we've written in our minds. We believe we deserve certain treatment, certain successes, or clear paths. But life doesn't follow our rules. Frustration arises not from the event itself, but from the contrast between what we hoped for and what actually happened. Seneca wisely said that we suffer more in our imaginations than in reality, because it's not the events that harm us, but the way we interpret them. If we learn to accept events without resistance, we can avoid much of the unnecessary pain. Imagine someone who believes that their partner will never cheat on them because that's what should happen. They've built an expectation based on their own sense of right and wrong. But if betrayal occurs, their anger doesn't stem from the act itself, but from the clash with the idealized image they had created. Instead of accepting reality as it is, they resist it, and that internal struggle leads to suffering. Another example might be a person who expects their friends to always be there for them, or their boss to value their efforts. When these expectations aren't met, they feel disappointment and anger because they assume the world should follow their rules. The Stoics teach us that the key to inner peace lies in eliminating unrealistic expectations. It's not about resignation, but about understanding that the world owes us nothing. We cannot control the actions of others or the events outside of our control. The only thing we can control is our own reaction to them. Epictetus urged us to accept what happens as if we had chosen it ourselves, because resisting reality only creates suffering. If we stop expecting people to behave in a certain way and accept that they may fail us, and if we accept that life doesn't always follow a predictable path, we can eliminate much of the stress and frustration in our lives. Accepting reality as it is doesn't mean we shouldn't have goals or desires, but we must be prepared for the unexpected. A Stoic understands that everything is subject to change and that nothing is guaranteed. That's why they don't allow their emotions to be dictated by external factors. By eliminating rigid expectations, we stop demanding that the world conform to our beliefs. Instead of getting frustrated when things don't go as planned, we ask ourselves what we can learn from the situation. Rather than feeling betrayed, we understand that people act according to their own nature, not according to the one we've imagined for them. True peace is found in flexibility, the ability to accept whatever comes our way without resistance. Finally, anger is often a reflection of the ego. When we feel disrespected, treated unfairly, or overlooked, we react with anger because our sense of identity feels threatened. We believe we deserve better treatment, that others should see us as we see ourselves. When that doesn't happen, we feel that something sacred within us has been violated. But the truth is that anger doesn't come from what others do to us. It comes from our interpretation of their actions. It's our ego that demands recognition, that takes offense, that needs to defend our image. If our ego weren't so fragile, if we didn't take ourselves so personally, anger would lose its grip on us. When someone speaks to us harshly, our initial reaction is to feel attacked. But what if that person is simply having a bad day, and their words have nothing to do with us, but with their own struggles? The reality is that most of the time, others' actions are more about them than they are about us. However, our ego makes us believe that everything revolves around us. We say, "He disrespected me. He embarrassed me. He didn't appreciate me." But what would happen if we stopped positioning ourselves at the center of every experience? What if we truly understood that other people's actions are their own burdens to carry, not ours? In doing so, we could release ourselves from the grip of anger. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. If someone offends us, the insult in itself holds no power unless we choose to give it meaning. We have the power to ignore it, to see it as a reflection of the other person's inner world, and to move forward without letting it disturb our peace. But the ego does not want peace. It wants conflict. It wants to defend its image. It wants to prove that it is right. And in that desire to protect our sense of self, we fall into the trap of anger. We lose control and react impulsively. But if another person's insult doesn't change our identity, and their attitude doesn't define our value, why allow ourselves to be dragged into a state of emotional chaos? Consider a simple moment in traffic. Someone cuts us off abruptly. The ego insists this is a personal offense, a blatant act of disrespect that must be addressed. It urges us to react, to retaliate, to not allow such treatment. Yet the reality is that the other driver probably didn't even notice us. They're lost in their own thoughts, their own day. Still, our ego insists on taking it personally, turning a thoughtless act into an insult. And in doing so, it invites anger to take over. But what if, instead of reacting, we chose to accept the moment as it is? This dynamic plays out across our relationships and daily interactions. What provokes us is not the event itself, but the story we tell ourselves about it. The Stoics taught that to master anger, we must understand the role our ego plays in inflaming it. If we build a healthy self-esteem, if we release the need for constant validation, if we recognize that our value is not tied to how others treat us, we become immune to provocation. As Seneca said, the best revenge is not to become like those who hurt us. If someone treats us poorly and we react with rage, we surrender our peace to them. But if we remain calm, if we refuse to play their game, we show real strength. Anger is a reflex born from an ego that has not yet learned to let go of others' opinions. But once we understand that no one else has the authority to define us, we begin to free ourselves. Their behavior says more about them than it ever will about us. This doesn't mean we should tolerate abuse or accept injustice in silence. It means learning to respond with intelligence rather than raw emotion. Inner peace doesn't come from controlling the behavior of others. It comes from mastering our own reactions. When the ego is no longer the center of our universe, anger loses its hold. Forgiveness, too, is a key that frees us from anger. Anger is a heavy weight, often carried unconsciously. We cling to resentment, believing it somehow punishes the person who wronged us. But in truth, we are the only ones being punished. Anger consumes our inner calm, traps us in a mental prison, and blocks us from moving forward. Forgiveness, on the other hand, unlocks that prison. It doesn't mean we excuse what happened or forget it naively. It means we let go of the need to continue suffering over something already done. Forgiveness is not a gift we give the other person. It is an act of love for ourselves. It is an essential step toward reclaiming our peace. Holding on to anger means reliving pain over and over again. Our minds become battlegrounds where the past continues to inflict fresh wounds. We keep empowering the person who hurt us simply by refusing to release the memory. But Marcus Aurelius said that the best revenge is to be unlike the person who caused us harm. If we were betrayed, offended, or deeply wounded, continuing to harbor resentment only extends that person's control over us. Forgiveness gives us back our power. It enables us to shed the weight of the past and move forward unburdened by bitterness. Resentment is a trap laid by the ego which tells us that forgiveness is weakness. In reality, true strength lies in those who govern their emotions and choose peace over pain. Seneca taught that anger should never guide our actions. When we act from anger, we are no longer the authors of our behavior. If someone wrongs us and we respond with resentment, we are giving them authority over our serenity. But if we choose forgiveness instead, we reclaim control over our thoughts and our well-being. Imagine someone who has been betrayed by a close friend. The natural response is anger, disappointment, a thirst for revenge. But how long can one sustain that emotional storm before it becomes toxic? Resentment doesn't torment the traitor, it poisons the one who holds on to it. Each recollection of the betrayal stirs fresh pain. Forgiveness allows us to accept that what's done is done, that the past need not dictate our present. This is not about trusting the betrayer again, but about refusing to let their actions continue to influence our happiness. Forgiveness is a conscious decision. It doesn't happen instantly, and it's rarely easy, but it is the pathway to inner freedom. Epictetus reminded us that while we cannot control the actions of others, we always retain control over our response. When we are offended, it is not the insult that truly wounds us, but the weight we attach to it. Through forgiveness, we strip away that weight. We come to understand that everyone acts according to their own inner state, their own level of awareness. Their behavior is a mirror of their internal world, not a reflection of ours. This doesn't mean we tolerate abuse or stay silent in the face of injustice. It means we learn to release the resentment that suffocates our joy. When we forgive, we are not just freeing the other person. We are liberating ourselves. We stop dragging unnecessary burdens. We conserve our energy for what truly matters. The real revenge is not to hurt in return, but to show that we remain unchanged by the harm done to us. We move forward, unshaken by anger, grounded in peace. Peace does not come from waiting for others to apologize. It comes from deciding that our well-being is not tied to their behavior. Forgiveness is not about pretending nothing happened. It is about choosing freedom over rage, serenity over turmoil. Practicing non-reaction is another way we guard ourselves against anger. When something irritates or provokes us, our first instinct is emotional and immediate. We want to respond, to defend, to assert our correctness. But in those moments, we are not thinking clearly. Our minds are being ruled by instinct, not reason. That's when we make mistakes. That's when we say things we later regret. That's when we escalate what could have been peacefully resolved. Training ourselves to pause before responding gives us mastery over our emotions. It shields us from the emotional exhaustion that impulsive reactions often cause. Taking a moment, resisting the pull to respond immediately, these are acts of power. This doesn't mean suppressing emotion or becoming indifferent. It means refusing to be a slave to emotion. Marcus Aurelius advised that the best defense against an insult is not to resemble the one who insults you. If someone hurls harsh words at you, reacting with anger only means you've allowed them to disturb your peace. But if you remain calm, if you choose silence or a measured response, you show that you're in control, that your well-being is not dictated by others' moods. Daily life offers countless opportunities to practice non-reaction. A rude coworker, an aggressive driver, a family member always looking to argue. In each moment, the choice is ours. We can fuel the fire, or we can pause and respond with wisdom. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to us, but how we interpret it, that affects us. If someone criticizes you in a meeting and you take it personally, you'll react defensively. But if you pause, breathe, and consider the situation rationally, you may choose to respond calmly, preserving both your professionalism and your peace. Non-reaction is not weakness, it is a sign of strength. Most people are at the mercy of their impulses. When provoked, they lash out without thinking. But true power belongs to those who can resist that initial urge, to those who know they don't have to prove anything, to those who choose when and how to act. Seneca once reminded us that time acts as a powerful filter for emotions. What feels like an unforgivable offense today often fades into irrelevance in just a few days. The things that deeply irritate us right now may seem trivial in a matter of hours. This is why it's so important not to react immediately. Delaying our reaction allows us to gain perspective, to step back and view the situation with greater clarity before making any decisions. Practicing non-reaction does not mean passively accepting everything or allowing others to mistreat us. Rather, it means responding with reason instead of emotion. If something genuinely requires a response, the most effective one will come from a calm mind. Instead of reacting to fire with more fire, we respond with intelligence and inner balance, not out of weakness, but because we understand that our peace is far more valuable than a meaningless argument. Every time we feel the urge to react impulsively, we must remember that we always have the option not to. We can allow the emotion to rise and pass without letting it control us. In doing so, something remarkable begins to happen. Conflicts become fewer, anxiety diminishes, and those who once provoked us lose their grip on our emotional state. This practice of non-reaction opens the door to true freedom, the ability to choose how and when we respond, no longer enslaved by external triggers. There is a deep connection between low self-esteem and anger. Anger is often nothing more than a reflection of internal insecurity. When we are not at peace with ourselves, even a passing comment, a glance, or a simple situation that challenges our self-image can set us off. It's not the event itself that enrages us, it's what it stirs up inside. If someone criticizes us and we respond with anger, the real issue is not their words, but the weight we give them. If we were secure in who we are, with strong self-esteem, we wouldn't need to react with anger. We would simply disregard the remark. But when our sense of self is fragile, any slight shakes us, and anger becomes our shield. Insecurity breeds a sense of vulnerability. We feel we must constantly defend our image, convinced others are judging us and that every negative comment is a threat. Our mind misinterprets these situations as personal attacks and reacts aggressively. But the truth is, no one can diminish our worth unless we allow it. Epictetus taught that we are not disturbed by what others say, but by the meaning we assign to their words. If we believe we are weak or inadequate, any criticism will reinforce that belief, and our first response will be anger. On the other hand, if we possess a solid sense of identity, no external judgment can rattle us. I recall a time when every remark about my appearance triggered anger. I used to tell myself it was due to others' lack of respect, but in reality, I was angry with myself. I disliked what I saw in the mirror, and every external comment felt like confirmation of my own doubts. Their opinion didn't hurt me, my own perception did. The anger didn't stem from them, but from the insecurity I carried within. Over time, I came to see that the real problem wasn't other people, It was my own lack of control over myself. So instead of wasting energy reacting in anger, I chose to take action. I focused on improving my health, building discipline, and reshaping my mindset. And gradually, when those same comments were made, they no longer affected me. Not because people had changed, but because I had changed. Low self-esteem distorts the way we perceive reality. We start to believe we are under constant judgment, but it's not the outside world causing our distress, it's our perception of it. Marcus Aurelius once said that if something external disturbs us, the issue isn't with the thing itself, but in our judgment of it. So when someone says something that offends you, ask yourself why it affects you. Is it because deep down you fear it might be true? Do you carry doubts about yourself? Often, the answer is yes. Anger is a defensive reaction to that inner insecurity. But when we work on our self-worth, anger loses its grip on us. We become less reactive, more serene, and more focused on what truly matters. We no longer feel the need to prove ourselves to anyone because we already know who we are. The opinions of others cease to be threatening because our sense of value no longer depends on their approval. The Stoics teach us that real strength doesn't come from controlling others, but from mastering ourselves. Anger is a signal that something within us still needs healing. Instead of reacting impulsively, we can view those moments as opportunities to reflect, to grow, and to identify the parts of ourselves that still need attention. Every time you feel anger from a comment or a situation, pause. Ask yourself whether it's truly the external event that upsets you or if something deeper is being stirred. Use anger as a mirror to recognize where personal growth is still needed. When you build your self-esteem and take ownership of your life, anger becomes unnecessary. There is no insecurity left to defend, no fear to conceal. What remains is a calm strength, a sense of self that no longer needs to react to things that don't define it. Living with purpose is equally essential. Without a clear sense of purpose, life feels empty, chaotic, and directionless. You wake up each day without a compelling reason to move forward, just going through the motions of routine. This emptiness breeds frustration. A lack of purpose turns people into reactive beings, constantly irritated, quick to anger, and always on edge. Every inconvenience feels amplified because there is no greater vision to rise above the daily frustrations. Without direction, the mind becomes cluttered with noise and disorder, and in such a state, it's easy to fall into bitterness and anger. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from having a purpose that aligns with our values, a reason for living that makes us feel our life has meaning. When you don't have a defined purpose, every little thing becomes a distraction. Traffic frustrates you, people's words bother you, life feels unfair. But when you're working towards something greater, these things begin to lose their power over you, not because they disappear, but because your focus shifts. Marcus Aurelius said that each of us must ask ourselves, why am I here? What truly matters to me? Once you have clarity on that, the small frustrations of life stop controlling you. You stop wasting energy reacting to every annoyance because you're now investing your energy in something meaningful. I remember a time when I felt completely directionless, trapped in a monotonous routine, doing things that brought me no fulfillment. I was irritable all the time. Every little problem felt enormous because I had no deeper reason to get out of bed in the morning. I was living on autopilot, letting circumstances dictate my emotional state. But everything changed when I discovered my purpose. I committed to creating content and sharing ideas that could genuinely help others. That gave me a sense of meaning. Suddenly, the problems that once felt unbearable became just part of the process. They no longer frustrated me. I stopped being irritated by the small things because I was focused on something larger. Anger no longer felt like a natural response because my attention was on something more important. The Stoics teach that purpose is not something we find, it's something we define. We don't wait for life to hand it to us. We create it. Epictetus said it's our responsibility to decide who we want to become and what we want to contribute. It's not about waiting for inspiration, but about taking deliberate action. Find what makes you feel alive, what gives your life depth. When you discover your purpose and commit to it wholeheartedly, your frustration begins to fade. You no longer worry about things beyond your control. You no longer seek approval or feel the need to prove yourself. You simply do what you know in your heart you must do, and that brings deep satisfaction. When you live with purpose, life stops feeling like a series of problems and begins to feel like an opportunity. You stop reacting with anger to every obstacle because you understand that every challenge is just a step on your path. Each day carries meaning. Every action contributes to something greater. And when that becomes your reality, peace arises, not because everything is perfect, but because you've chosen what matters most to you. There is no room for anger when you're busy building something meaningful. If you feel let down by life or find yourself constantly frustrated, ask yourself if you truly have a clear purpose. Are you spending your time doing something that fills you up, or are you merely passing the days without direction? The difference between a life filled with frustration and a life filled with meaning lies in that answer. Discover what drives you, what compels you to rise each day and move forward with passion. When you identify what truly motivates you, anger begins to lose its grip on your life. Because when you live with purpose, everything else fades into the background as mere noise. Harnessing the power of neuroplasticity can help rewire your emotional responses. The brain is not hardwired into fixed patterns. Neuroplasticity allows us to reshape how we react to situations that once provoked anger or frustration. The idea that we are stuck with how we are is a falsehood we tell ourselves. The truth is, the brain is flexible. Like a muscle, it can be trained and strengthened in specific areas depending on how we use it. When we habitually respond to irritation with anger, we're reinforcing that reaction, making it automatic over time. But if we begin to respond with calmness instead, we slowly reprogram our brains to adopt a new, healthier reaction. It all starts with awareness. When someone insults us, when something doesn't go our way, when we feel disrespected, our first impulse is to react in the way we always have, the way we've conditioned ourselves over the years. But the key lies in resisting that automatic response and consciously choosing a new one. By forcing ourselves to stay calm in those moments, we're paving the way for a new neural pathway to form. Initially, it feels unnatural, awkward, even fake, but with repeated effort, that new calm response begins to feel normal. Eventually, it becomes instinctual. I remember a time when my dog ruined something that was deeply important to me. My natural reaction would have been to yell, to explode in frustration, but in that moment, I made a conscious choice to do something different. I took a deep breath and reached out to pet my dog instead. It felt strange, as if I was suppressing my emotions, but in truth, I was teaching my brain a new lesson. That not every disruption requires an angry reaction. I repeated this choice again and again every time my dog did something that would have previously irritated me. Over time, something amazing happened. My natural reaction changed. The tension in my chest faded. I no longer had to fight my anger because my mind had been reconditioned. My brain had learned that these events weren't threats. They didn't require rage. Neuroplasticity reveals that we are not destined to be slaves to our emotions. We can redirect our impulses and allow calmness to become our default state. Every time we choose not to respond with anger, we strengthen the mental wiring of patience and composure. The more we practice this, the more automatic it becomes. Marcus Aurelius once said that we cannot control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. This isn't just a philosophical ideal, it's a scientific truth. The brain adapts based on what we consistently practice. If we make serenity our habit, it eventually becomes our default response. This transformation isn't immediate. At first, the mind will fight to return to its familiar patterns, but if we persist, if every time we feel the surge of anger, we pause, breathe, and choose a new response, we will experience genuine change. One day you'll notice that situations which once made you furious now seem trivial. And it's not because you're bottling your feelings, it's because your brain no longer sees those situations as deserving of anger. Anger is a habit, just as calmness is. If we feed it, anger will grow stronger. But if we ignore it and instead nourish serenity, anger will weaken and eventually disappear. This isn't about pretending or suppressing how we feel. It's about retraining the mind to operate in a way that serves us, not sabotages us. If we want to become calmer, more centered, and wiser in our responses, we must commit to practicing this mindset every single day. With repetition, calmness will no longer require effort. It will simply be who we are. Love and gratitude have the power to overcome anger. Anger is a draining emotion. It wears us down and robs us of control over our minds. But two forces can dissolve it: love and gratitude. When we are caught in the grip of anger, our focus is locked on negativity, on what's wrong, on what annoys us, on what we think is unjust. But when we shift our attention to what we love and what we're grateful for, anger loses its strength. Not because the problems vanish, but because we stop feeding them with our energy. Love reconnects us with what truly matters. If we're angry with someone, we can ask ourselves, do I want to win this argument or preserve the relationship? When we truly love someone, being right becomes less important. Anger, at its core, is selfish. It seeks vengeance, validation. But love strives for understanding, for healing, for connection. Too often, we let anger guide our actions in petty conflicts, hurting those we care about most in the process. But in those moments, if we pause and remember our love for that person, everything changes. Our response shifts, not out of weakness, but out of clarity. Gratitude is another potent antidote. When we are truly grateful, anger cannot coexist. Resentment and thankfulness cannot fill the same space. If something upsets us, we can stop and do a simple exercise. Think of 3 things we are grateful for in that moment. It could be our health, a meaningful relationship, or the lesson hidden in the difficulty. This simple act redirects our thoughts, moving us out of a reactive state and restoring our sense of control. Marcus Aurelius reflected in his meditations on the fleeting nature of life. If today were your last day with someone you love, would you really waste it being angry? Gratitude reminds us that every moment is sacred, and that anger only drains the time we can never get back. Years ago, I tried an experiment on myself. Every time I felt anger or frustration, instead of reacting as I normally would, I forced myself to think of something I was grateful for. At first, it felt unnatural, like I was avoiding reality, but eventually, something shifted. My brain started doing it automatically. One day, someone spoke to me with blatant disrespect, and instead of getting upset, my first thought was, I'm grateful to be healthy and to have the strength to keep going. That thought calmed me. It allowed me to respond with grace, not because the other person deserved kindness, but because I deserved peace. The Stoics understood that our emotions are not dictated by external events, but by how we choose to interpret them. If we dwell on what's wrong, on what we lack, anger grows. But if we focus on what we have, what we cherish, and what we're thankful for, anger diminishes. This isn't denial, it's mental training. It's a choice to see the world from a higher perspective. Epictetus once said the secret to happiness lies not in having more, but in wanting less. Gratitude helps us realize that we already have enough, that peace is possible even in the presence of setbacks. We can't always avoid tense moments or control how others behave, but we can decide what emotional environment we want to create in our minds. If we choose love and gratitude, anger will have no room to grow. When we lead with love, we seek to understand. When we lead with gratitude, we learn to let go. Through this daily practice, we become calmer, more focused, and less reactive. Not because the world changes, but because we've learned to see it differently. Establishing healthy boundaries is essential. When you don't set clear limits, you're allowing others to determine how they treat you. Setting boundaries doesn't mean being confrontational or rejecting people. It means clearly defining where your patience, time, and energy begin and end. When boundaries are missing, you unintentionally send the message that it's acceptable to be disrespected, to have your time disregarded, or your presence taken for granted. And when this continues, frustration builds, anger festers, and emotional burnout sets in. But setting boundaries is your responsibility. It's not up to others. You alone have the power to decide what behavior you accept and what you don't. Often, we allow certain behaviors to persist because we fear being labeled as selfish or unpleasant. Saying no feels uncomfortable because we worry about offending others or being rejected. Yet the true issue is not the act of saying no, but failing to say it when necessary. If someone constantly interrupts you at work, if a friend only contacts you when they need something, or if a family member criticizes you without cause, it's your responsibility to decide whether or not you'll accept that. Seneca once said that while we cannot control how others behave, we can control how we respond. When we tolerate inappropriate behavior without addressing it, we're effectively giving permission for it to continue. When someone crosses a line and we fail to enforce a boundary, we reinforce the very behavior that hurts us. Boundaries are not walls, they are bridges to mutual respect. They are not about pushing people away, but about protecting your peace and preserving your energy. Setting them may feel difficult at first, but they are acts of self-love and emotional maturity. But when you calmly and confidently express that you do not accept such treatment, you send a strong message that you value yourself enough not to tolerate disrespect. You don't need to be aggressive or argumentative. You only need to be clear. Saying something like, "I won't accept these types of comments," or "My time matters, please respect it," or "I don't feel comfortable with that," are simple yet powerful phrases that can completely transform the tone of a relationship. I recall a period in my life when I constantly allowed myself to be interrupted, regardless of what I was doing. If someone needed my attention, I would immediately stop and respond. Initially, I thought that made me a kind and helpful person. But as time went on, I came to realize that all I was doing was allowing others to place their priorities above mine. I often felt drained and frustrated, but it wasn't truly anyone else's fault. I had never established any boundaries. Eventually, I made a decision to change. The next time someone interrupted me, I simply responded, "I'm busy right now, let's talk later." At first it was difficult, but gradually, people began to understand that my time mattered too. The most surprising part, I didn't lose any important relationships. In fact, I started to feel more respected. The Stoics understood that setting boundaries isn't an act of rejection, it's an act of self-respect. Epictetus taught that we must choose what lies within our control and what doesn't. We can't prevent others from attempting to cross our limits, but we can decide how we respond. If someone mistreats you and you remain silent, you're not practicing virtue. You're failing in your responsibility to protect your own well-being. Saying no is a courageous act, not because it's easy, but because it reflects that you honor and respect yourself. Setting boundaries is not about pushing people away. On the contrary, it helps build healthier relationships where both sides clearly understand what is acceptable. Often, people don't even realize they're crossing a line until you point it out. You can't expect others to guess what bothers you. You must tell them. And if, after you've expressed your needs, they continue to disregard them, then you have to consider whether you truly want that person in your life. Each time you choose not to set a boundary out of fear of conflict, you are accepting inner turmoil just to avoid external discomfort. You are willingly sacrificing your own peace just to dodge a difficult conversation. But avoiding the issue doesn't solve it. Learning to say no without guilt is one of the most powerful skills you can develop. It's not about being stronger than others. It's about becoming stronger within yourself. Setting boundaries is not about controlling others. It's about preserving your peace and living with self-respect. Not everything deserves your attention. Each day we face provocations, minor problems, and careless remarks that try to pull us into chaos. But most of these things hold little to no real importance. We end up exhausting ourselves emotionally by reacting to what is trivial, things that will be forgotten by tomorrow. We live in a world where opinions are constantly thrown around, where criticism is common, and where small issues can seem large if we don't learn to filter what actually matters. The key to maintaining inner peace is learning that not everything happening around you deserves your energy. When something bothers you, pause and ask yourself, will this matter in a month, in a year? Most of the time, the answer will be no. Still, we often allow ourselves to be swept up in the moment, feeling compelled to respond, to defend, to react. But if we zoom out and look at life as a whole, we realize many of these things are mere distractions. Marcus Aurelius said that tranquility comes from ignoring what doesn't concern us. If someone insults you on the street, does it truly change anything in your life? If a stranger online criticizes you, does that have any real impact on who you are? Wasting energy on every small provocation only pulls us away from what truly matters. Imagine someone makes a rude comment about you. Your instinct might be to defend yourself, to prove your point. But what do you actually gain from doing so? It's unwise to invest your energy into a conflict that doesn't add value. A comment doesn't define your worth. A criticism doesn't determine your identity. If every time someone says something negative about you, You hand over your peace. You're giving emotional power to anyone who chooses to provoke you. Epictetus reminded us not to become prisoners of others' opinions. If something doesn't help you grow or meaningfully impact your life, then it likely doesn't deserve your attention. Many of the worries we carry are not even ours to begin with. We stress over what others think, over problems we can't control, over expectations that don't belong to us. We spend too much time seeking approval, worrying about what people might say, and focusing on situations that don't even affect our true selves. But when you finally understand that your energy is finite, you become more selective about what deserves your focus. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent. It means knowing how to distinguish between what truly matters and what is just noise. I remember a time when any form of criticism deeply affected me. If someone questioned my actions, I felt an urgent need to explain, to justify, to prove myself. But with time, I learned that this was a waste of energy. I began to observe before reacting, to ask myself whether the situation was truly worth it. Most of the time, I found that the best response was silence, not because I had nothing to say, but because nothing needed to be said. Not everything requires a reaction. Not every issue deserves a confrontation. Not every comment is worth your attention. Each time you choose to ignore what is irrelevant, you're protecting your inner peace. You're teaching your mind to focus on what truly matters, what helps you grow, what transforms you. The Stoics didn't aim to control the world. They aimed to master their response to it. If someone acts with hostility or attempts to provoke you, remember, you always have the power to choose whether or not to respond. Strength isn't about winning every argument. It's about choosing the battles that are actually worth engaging in. When you begin filtering what truly matters, many of your worries will naturally fade away. The energy you once spent on meaningless conflicts can now be invested in building, learning, and becoming better. You can't stop people from criticizing you. You can't control what others say or do, but you can always choose whether it's worth letting their actions affect your state of mind. In the end, true freedom is not doing whatever you want. It's refusing to be ruled by what doesn't matter. Many times, our suffering doesn't come from what actually happens, but from what we believe those events mean. We get trapped in the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, about others, about what things mean. But those stories are often not grounded in facts. They are merely beliefs we've accepted without questioning, and these beliefs can become the biggest barrier to our peace of mind. The Stoics taught that inner peace comes from being able to separate facts from our interpretations. When we don't make that distinction, we get overwhelmed by unnecessary emotions, anger, sadness, fear, because we're reacting not to reality, but to our thoughts about it. If someone tells you that you're worthless, it isn't the words themselves that hurt. It's the meaning you assign to them. The actual fact is just that a person said something, but the moment we internalize it, the moment we start thinking, maybe they're right, those words transform into a belief that burdens us for years, and yet we rarely stop to ask whether that belief is even true. We just absorb it. Epictetus warned us, it's not events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of those events. If someone criticizes you, you have a choice, to see it as an attack or to see it as an opportunity to improve. The difference lies not in what was said, but in what you choose to believe. The human mind is skilled at crafting narratives. We tell ourselves we're not good enough, that we don't deserve happiness, that we'll never change, and we treat these thoughts as if they're absolute truths. But where do these beliefs come from? Often, they come from past experiences, from what others once said, from old failures that we've turned into permanent identities. If we once failed, we tell ourselves we are failures. If someone rejected us, we believe we are unworthy of love. But these thoughts are not absolute truths. They are merely beliefs we've built over time, often without even realizing it. I remember a period in my life when I believed I wasn't intelligent enough to achieve certain goals. There was no solid proof behind this belief, only a memory of someone making me feel inadequate, and I chose to accept that feeling as fact. Every time I encountered a difficult challenge, that belief would resurface. You can't do this. You're not capable. But one day I decided to question that voice. Where was the real evidence that I was incapable? Hadn't I learned countless things throughout my life? Hadn't I overcome other challenges before? That's when it dawned on me. This belief wasn't a fact. It was simply a narrative I kept repeating to myself. And once I understood that, I began to let it go. Letting go wasn't something that happened all at once. But each time I confronted a limiting thought, I felt a sense of empowerment returning. The Stoics practiced this kind of mental discipline. They developed the ability to examine their own thoughts and discern which ones deserved their attention. They didn't blindly accept every emotion or idea. Marcus Aurelius advised us to challenge every negative thought. Is this true? Is it really as terrible as it seems? More often than not, the answer is no. We are not as limited as we believe. We are not the labels others assign to us. We don't have to live as prisoners of these internal narratives. But to free ourselves, we first have to recognize that our beliefs are not unchangeable facts. Each time a belief about yourself feels like a limitation, ask whether it's truly based on evidence or if it's something you've accepted without questioning. If you can replace it with a belief that reflects reality more accurately, you've already taken a significant step toward emotional liberation. The act of separating fact from belief is how we break free from the mental cages we've built. It's how we stop reacting on autopilot and begin to live with real clarity. When we see the world without the distortions created by our unexamined beliefs, we uncover a sense of peace that has always existed within us, just waiting to be noticed. Creating a healthy self-image is essential. Your view of yourself should never hinge on other people's opinions. If you live through the eyes of others, you'll constantly be chasing approval, and that's a kind of emotional captivity. One day you'll feel unstoppable because someone complimented you, and the next day a simple criticism will make you crumble. That kind of instability stems from building your sense of worth on things you can't control. But when your self-worth comes from self-awareness and acceptance, no one can take your peace away. The Stoics understood that true strength is born from within. They believed that only when we stop relying on external validation can we begin to experience true freedom. The real issue arises when our self-image is shaped by beliefs that were imposed on us during childhood. We absorb opinions, labels, and judgments from others, often without ever questioning them. If someone called us shy, we believed it. If we were labeled failures, we internalized it. But how much of that is genuinely accurate? How much of who we think we are is based on ideas we never stop to examine? Marcus Aurelius reminded us to ask whether the things we believe about ourselves are genuinely true, or just stories we keep repeating in our minds. The key lies in self-knowledge, observing ourselves without filters, illusions, or self-deception. It means recognizing our strengths and weaknesses, not to feel complacent, but to be honest with ourselves. When someone criticizes you, the natural instinct is to defend yourself, to feel hurt, or to try to prove them wrong. But what if, Instead of reacting, you paused and reflected. If someone accuses you of being selfish rather than responding with anger, ask yourself, is this true? Do I really act that way? If the answer is yes, then you've been given an opportunity to grow. If the answer is no, then the criticism holds no weight and you can move on without being affected. Epictetus taught that we shouldn't worry about what people say about us, only whether what they say is true. It's not the criticism itself that hurts us, but our interpretation of it. If your self-image is rooted in truth and strength, the words of others lose their power. For years, I struggled with trying to fit in, striving to be accepted based on how others perceived me. I tried to meet their expectations, molding myself into what I thought they wanted, but all it did was pull me further away from who I truly was. I made decisions based not on my desires, but on what I believed would gain approval. That constant effort to please left me exhausted, because it was never enough. There was always another opinion to satisfy, another standard to meet. Everything changed when I finally realized I could never control what others thought of me. I stopped trying to belong in spaces that didn't reflect my truth, and began asking myself, who am I really? What do I want for my life? As I explored these questions, the need for external validation gradually disappeared. Self-acceptance doesn't mean giving up or settling for less. It's not about resigning yourself to who you are without striving to grow. It's about recognizing your intrinsic worth, independent of outside influences. When you fully accept who you are, flaws and all, successes and failures, you free yourself from the fear of judgment. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer seek affirmation because you already know your value. And the most empowering part is this: when you stop chasing approval, you become more authentic. The people who truly matter will respect you for being yourself, not for who you pretend to be. Emotional freedom begins when you stop living according to other people's expectations and start living in alignment with your own truth. This doesn't mean ignoring every external opinion. It means learning to discern what truly matters. If you know who you are, if you're clear about your values and purpose, criticism loses its power over you. You begin to live with confidence and calm, no longer driven by the need to impress anyone, not because you're perfect, but because you no longer require the world's validation to feel worthy. And in that clarity, you discover a peace that's always been within you. The idea of good and bad people is a false dichotomy. No one is entirely good or entirely bad. Every human being is a complex mix of strengths and flaws, moments of wisdom and episodes of weakness. But our minds have a tendency to simplify. We label people to make sense of them, to categorize them based on how they make us feel or how they behave in specific situations. This habit of labeling is not only inaccurate, but it also blinds us to the full reality of a person's character. When we reduce someone to a single label, we lose the ability to see them clearly. A person's actions may be generous or selfish, kind or unfair, but these behaviors do not define the whole of who they are. Someone who acts cruelly today may show incredible compassion tomorrow. A person who has made serious mistakes may also do immense good. Marcus Aurelius urged us to see people for what they truly are, fallible human beings shaped by their experiences, their fears, and their past. No one is entirely one thing. No one should be judged solely by their best or worst moment. Understanding this can help free us from the emotional burden of judgment. When someone hurts us, our first reaction is to label them as cruel or unjust and to wish for retribution. But how often do we pause to consider what may have driven their behavior? This isn't about excusing harm, but about recognizing that most people don't act out of pure malice. They act from confusion, fear, or pain. Epictetus taught that people act based on the limits of their knowledge and understanding. Someone who disrespects others might simply not know any better way to interact. Someone who betrays might be acting out of a lifelong fear of abandonment. That doesn't mean we have to accept being treated poorly, but it does mean we don't have to take it personally. People respond to their environments, their upbringing, and the emotional tools they've been given. A person can be loving to their family and ruthless in their career. They can be kind to friends and indifferent to strangers. These contradictions don't make them evil, they make them human. We've all had moments we regret, times we've spoken out of anger, acted selfishly, or made choices we wish we could take back. If we want to be understood and forgiven for those moments, then we must offer that same understanding to others. When we stop labeling people as simply good or bad, our relationships improve. We become less reactive, less frustrated with the flaws of others, because we understand that everyone is walking their own path of growth. We become more patient, more balanced. And no, this doesn't mean tolerating abuse or mistreatment. It means seeing others as they truly are, complex, evolving, and human. Marcus Aurelius once said that when someone behaves poorly, we should ask ourselves, did we truly expect anything different? People act in accordance with what they've learned and with the limitations of their own minds. If we expect perfection from others, we will constantly find ourselves disappointed. Letting go of that expectation frees us. It liberates our hearts from the need to punish, from bitterness, from the urge to divide the world into allies and enemies. We grow in objectivity, serenity, and the ability to deal with conflict with a clear mind. True strength doesn't lie in harsh judgment of others, but in understanding that all of us are on the same path, just at different points. We are each here to learn, to grow, and to evolve. Once you understand this deeply, you stop exhausting yourself over the actions of others and begin to focus on the only thing you truly have control over, your own inner development. Now we arrive at evolution number 15, the RIN process for managing anger. Anger is a powerful emotion. It can feel like an unstoppable fire when it surges within us, but anger does not have to dominate you. If handled wisely, it can be transformed from a destructive force into a catalyst for growth. The RIN process is a method that helps you work with your anger mindfully. Rather than suppressing it or lashing out impulsively, you use the energy of anger in a conscious, reflective way. This approach aligns closely with how the Stoics lived, even though they didn't give it a formal name. Through this process, we learn to observe our anger without becoming consumed by it. We begin to understand where it comes from and how to channel it in a healthy direction. The first step is simply to acknowledge that anger is present. Don't deny it. Don't bury it. Recognize it. Often we react in anger automatically, almost as if on autopilot. We let the emotion take over without stopping to notice what's truly going on inside us. But if, in the moment of anger, you can pause and say, "I'm feeling angry right now," you create a crucial distance between yourself and the emotion. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of observing our emotions as if they were external forces. When you learn to see your anger not as your identity, but as a fleeting emotional state, you've already begun to gain power over it. The second step is to allow the anger to exist without acting on it. This is where many stumble. The instinct to react, to defend, to attack, to explode, is often overwhelming. But the emotion itself is not the problem. The problem is what we do with it. The Stoics taught that emotions should not be denied, but lived through with awareness. If you feel the anger building, don't resist it. Just observe it. Stay present. Breathe. Notice the energy in your body, but remain conscious. Seneca wisely said that the initial shock of anger is unavoidable, but everything after that is your choice. If you can stay with the emotion without letting it drive your behavior, you are already ahead. The third step involves looking deeper into the root of the anger. Instead of remaining stuck at the surface, ask yourself what is really behind the emotion. Often, anger is not the core issue. It's a signal pointing to something more profound. It may be fear, insecurity, disappointment, or unresolved pain. Epictetus reminded us that it's not the events themselves that upset us, but our interpretations of them. If someone interrupts you during a conversation and you feel a flash of anger, maybe it's not the interruption itself, but the belief that you are being disrespected or undervalued. Once you uncover the real issue beneath the anger, its intensity fades because you realize it has more to do with your internal world than the external event. The final step is to nourish the part of you that needs healing. Rather than criticizing yourself for feeling anger, practice self-compassion. This doesn't mean you're justifying your anger. It means you're honoring the emotional wound that triggered it. Maybe you've been suppressing certain feelings. Maybe there's an old belief shaping how you react. Or maybe you just need to give yourself the space to feel and process. Marcus Aurelius taught that we should treat ourselves with the same patience and compassion we extend to others. You may not be able to eliminate anger entirely, but you can absolutely choose how to respond to it. With wisdom and self-awareness, you stop being a prisoner to your emotions. As you practice this process, you'll find that anger loses its grip on you. This doesn't mean you'll never feel it again, but when you do, you'll know how to handle it without sacrificing your peace or damaging your relationships. You'll come to understand that anger is just an emotion, a temporary wave, not a command you must obey. Instead of reacting, you will respond with reflection. And in that space between feeling and action, you will discover true emotional freedom. If this message speaks to you, head to the comments and write, "Today, my best version begins. I am Stoic." By doing this, you affirm your intention to live with greater calm, wisdom, and discipline. Don't let your emotions rule your life. Master them and take control of your destiny. See you in the next one. Have you ever felt like you're wrestling against the universe, trying to bend reality to your will? You want things to happen your way, on your timeline. But let me tell you something. Life simply doesn't work like that. It's time to stop forcing outcomes. Take a breath. Embrace the teachings of Stoic philosophy, those ancient thinkers who discovered that true strength lies in accepting what we can't control. In today's video, I want to help you discover, through the lens of Stoicism, how to stop exhausting yourself by forcing things that clearly don't belong together. Instead, let silence be your guide. Learn to cherish the little things and allow life to unfold in its own rhythm. Because when you force life, all you gain is frustration. But when you let go, you discover peace. Isn't that what we're all searching for? Before we dive in, if you find these videos helpful, please hit that subscribe button and tap the notification bell so you never miss an insight. One of them might be the breakthrough you've been waiting for. Now, let's begin. to live fully in the present. There's something oddly freeing about realizing that you don't always have to push so hard. But don't worry, I'm not here to offer you some mystical formula that will fix every challenge or to tell you to give up and become indifferent to everything. No, the answer is far more subtle and often simpler than we care to admit. Let's start by talking about silence. That sometimes uncomfortable quietness that can feel like a competition to see who can go longest without speaking while keeping their sanity. But here's the secret. Silence isn't merely the absence of noise, it's a profound tool when used with intention. Picture yourself trying to complete a puzzle. If you're overwhelmed by the pressure to find the right piece, silence offers the space to clear your mind and gain a new perspective. In the chaos of modern life, we often overlook the power of a simple pause. Silence doesn't mean avoidance. It offers room to breathe and allow clarity to emerge. There's no need to force conversations or rush into decisions. Sometimes the best solutions surface when we simply allow a moment of stillness. Think of silence like the cooling period for a machine. It prevents overheating and allows for peak performance. Now let's talk about finding joy in simplicity. The Stoics taught that real contentment doesn't come from hoarding things or chasing huge accomplishments. It's found in appreciating what we already have. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that happiness lies in the next milestone or that shiny new purchase. But have you ever noticed the comfort of a warm cup of coffee on a quiet morning, or the peace that comes from a friend's hug? Imagine you're constantly running toward more, like you're on a treadmill that never stops. The faster you run, the farther away your destination feels. But if you pause, just for a moment, and look around, you'll see there's beauty right where you are. You don't have to chase fulfillment. You don't need to follow someone else's rigid steps. Simplicity offers a way to rediscover happiness in daily life. Uncomplicated, yet deeply rewarding. So next time you're tempted to force something, a relationship, a career move, a personal goal, remember that silence and simplicity are your allies. These gentle moments of calm give you space to reconnect with a more honest kind of joy. At its core, Stoic philosophy reminds us that peace comes not from pressure, but from learning to live with appreciation in the now. And if you find yourself swept up in the frenzy of trying to make something happen, take a breath. Step back. Embrace the stillness. Enjoy the simplicity. Let life move on its own, without the burden of your constant demands. Because true peace doesn't come from chasing more. It comes from fully valuing what you already have. Have you ever paused to consider the unpredictable, ever-changing nature of life? It often feels like everything around us is dancing in a chaotic rhythm, twisting, turning, never staying still. And yet, there we are, standing in the middle of it all, doing everything we can to force things into alignment, desperately trying to mold reality to fit our expectations. But isn't it a bit absurd to expect a river to change direction simply because it doesn't flow the way we want it to? Life, just like a river, has its own current. And more often than not, that current refuses to conform to our desires. Change is the only constant. It might feel unfair, even disorienting, but it's a truth we cannot ignore. Picture life as a play where the script constantly changes mid-scene and the actors must improvise their lines. If you cling to a fixed storyline, frustration is inevitable. The Stoics urge us to greet change with a calm heart. Holding on to what's beyond our control is like squeezing sand in your hand. The tighter the grip, the faster it slips away. Now, I'm not here to make you feel bad for wanting control. I'm here to offer an alternative, a more compassionate and realistic way to navigate life's unpredictability. Rather than resist the natural ebb and flow, why not learn to dance with it? This shift begins by valuing the present moment, those quiet, fleeting instants we often overlook while obsessing over the future or replaying the past. Think of these moments as glimmers of sunlight on a cloudy day. Each one holds a unique brilliance, if only we take the time to notice. Don't let worry or regret rob you of your ability to enjoy what's in front of you. If the present is truly a gift, why do we so often treat it like a burden? Let go of the pressure to force things into place. Forcing a puzzle piece where it doesn't belong only damages the whole. Life presents situations and people that may seem out of sync, but that doesn't mean we must immediately make them fit. Accept that not everything is meant to be forced. Sometimes the wisest path is to move forward, to release what doesn't align, and continue with grace. This is where patience plays its vital role. But patience isn't just passive waiting. It's a deliberate, steady rhythm that allows us to grow while the world catches up to us. If you find yourself stuck in a situation that won't budge, use that time to reflect and prepare. Let patience become your strength, your silent act of resilience. It's an active, empowered way of dealing with uncertainty, calmly, intentionally, without losing hope. And above all, remember this: life isn't a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be lived. Each challenge, each twist, each unexpected turn, it's all part of the story. Instead of forcing a specific path, learn to find beauty in the detours. Trust that even the unpredictable has something to teach you. So stepping back from the need to control doesn't mean giving up. It means adjusting your perspective. It means embracing life's impermanence with a flexible and open heart. Rather than fight the current, learn to float with it. You might be amazed at how much you enjoy the journey once you stop trying to master every ripple. You can't force the river, but you can learn to sail its waves. Let's talk about acceptance. How many times have you watched someone try to jam a square peg into a round hole? It's painful to watch. Or maybe you've seen someone, maybe even yourself, clinging to a relationship that's clearly more shattered than a phone dropped from 10 stories high. Yet still, we try, we push, we hope we can bend reality just a bit more. We spend so much time trying to alter things that are completely beyond our control, and while we're struggling, the world goes on, waves crashing, winds blowing, and life flowing, without paying us any mind. But here's the thing: acceptance is not defeat. It's not surrender. In fact, it's a kind of quiet power. It's the strength to face life with the composure of a monk and the clarity of a freshly cleaned window. Acceptance doesn't mean we give up and wait for miracles. It doesn't mean we resign ourselves to fate with a shrug. No, it means recognizing that we are on the battlefield of life, and instead of trying to reshape the terrain, we choose to master the tools we've been given. Imagine for a moment that you're in the middle of a chess game. The pieces are already placed on the board, and no matter how much you wish otherwise, you can't simply rearrange them at will. You can't just say, "Perfect, I'll move this pawn to a winning spot," as if the game followed your desires. That would be a bit unrealistic. What you can do is observe the board with clarity, analyze your available moves, and make decisions based on the actual state of the game. That's what acceptance is. It's seeing the board exactly as it is and making your moves accordingly, not trying to change the fundamental rules of how the game works. This mindset is deeply aligned with Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that real strength comes from our ability to accept the things we cannot alter and focus instead on how we respond. Epictetus, a wise Roman philosopher, once said something that still echoes through time. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. That's like having an internal compass, a quiet force within that keeps you steady even when life rages like a storm. Now you might be thinking, sure, all of this sounds great in theory, but how do I actually do this in real life? The answer: accept and don't force. Let me share a little mental trick. Picture life as a dance. Sometimes the rhythm of the music changes unexpectedly, pulling you off balance. Instead of insisting on dancing as if the beat stayed the same, learn to feel the shift and adjust your steps. If you stubbornly stick to the old rhythm, you'll find yourself out of sync, stepping on your own feet, frustrated and exhausted. But if you flow with the new melody, you can continue to enjoy the dance. So, how do you bring this into your daily routine? Begin by identifying what's truly outside your control. You can't control traffic jams, but you can decide whether to sit there in frustration or enjoy a good podcast while you wait. You can't control other people's attitudes, but you can choose how you respond to them. Rather than trying to force reality to match your ideal version of it, accept it for what it is and adjust your expectations accordingly. In the end, acceptance isn't a sign of defeat. It's a mark of true strength. It's a conscious act of mental clarity and inner calm, a way to stop draining yourself by struggling against forces beyond your control. It's a gentle but firm reminder that wisdom lies not in forcing outcomes, but in accepting, adapting, and moving forward. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If you cannot change the direction of the wind, adjust your sails to reach your destination." Now, let's talk about letting go. Have you ever pushed a door with all your strength, only to realize that it says, "pull"? That frustrating, humbling moment perfectly illustrates what it feels like when you try to force something that just isn't meant to work. Letting go doesn't mean giving up on everything or surrendering like a sailor adrift in hopeless waters. It actually means having the insight to recognize what's beyond your control and embracing that truth with both serenity and common sense. Of course, that's easier said than done. Let's bring in a bit of Stoic wisdom here. The Stoics believed that genuine inner peace comes from accepting the things we cannot change. Think of your life as an art gallery. There are parts of the paintings you can modify, maybe the frame, the lighting, but the core of the image, the subjects themselves, are already there. Trying to repaint what's fixed on the canvas is just a waste of energy. It's like trying to change the weather. Imagine you go all out, buy clothes for every season, invest in skin creams for all kinds of climates, download every weather app, but still, the weather does what it wants. Life is like that too. Forcing things that resist change is like trying to make a cactus bloom in the Arctic. Impractical and harmful. So how can this lesson guide your everyday life? Start by clearly identifying what you can and cannot control. For instance, if you're in a relationship that's obviously reached its end, pushing to keep it going is like pouring gas into a car without an engine. Accepting when something has run its course frees you from unnecessary burdens and opens up space for new possibilities. Here's a simple but powerful technique. Write a list of everything you're currently worried about. Then, beside each item, note whether it's something you can take action on or something that's completely out of your hands. It's not a magic fix, but it can help you see more clearly where to invest your energy and what to release. Ultimately, letting go is a form of liberation, not defeat. It's not weakness, but wise, practical living. It's like cleaning out your closet and finally getting rid of all the clothes you never wear. Sure, it might sting a little in the moment, but afterward you'll feel lighter and more ready for whatever comes next. Life doesn't always match our plans or expectations, and that's okay. Recognizing that some things are simply beyond our control allows us to live more fully without constantly being upset by what we can't change. So next time you find yourself pushing on a door that clearly needs to be pulled, remember this. Sometimes the best way forward is by letting go. Letting go isn't weakness, it's courage. It's choosing peace over struggle. Now let's explore mindfulness. Have you ever tried to open a door by pushing with all your strength, only to realize it was meant to be pulled? That's exactly how we tend to approach life when we try to force things. We strain, we get angry, and if we're lucky, all we get in return is a bruised ego. But what if I told you there's a simpler, gentler way to open life's doors? One that doesn't require breaking yourself in the process. Enter mindfulness. For English speakers, it's like having a user manual for your own mind. Picture yourself at a cafe, sipping a warm drink. Instead of worrying about that looming bill or the email that won't go away, you just savor the aroma, the feel of the cup in your hand, the taste on your tongue. It's a moment of complete presence, an invitation to witness your thoughts and emotions without assigning them dramatic, doomsday meanings. This may sound like some mystical trick, but really it's a simple and highly effective practice. Mindfulness is like mental training to become an observer rather than a judge. Instead of wrestling with your emotions or thoughts, you acknowledge them, observe them, and let them drift by without becoming tangled in their drama. You become the spectator of your own mental theater, watching scenes play out and fade without jumping into every act. And once again, the Stoics were already there. These ancient thinkers knew it wasn't about bending the world to your will, but about learning to shape your reactions. Mindfulness is the tool that lets you do this without losing your mind. To bring it into focus, imagine how your life would feel if you weren't so rigid in your expectations. If, rather than forcing things to go your way, you learned to adapt and flow with circumstances, you'd likely experience less stress and a deeper sense of peace. Picture yourself stuck in traffic. You could yell and honk as if that'll move cars faster, or you could accept the delay, enjoy a good podcast, and relax. The outcome is the same, but your experience changes completely. To make mindfulness part of your routine, begin with small steps. Spend a few minutes each day simply observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Ask yourself, how do I feel right now? And just let the answer be. No need to act on it, just notice it. Also, practice patience. Don't try to force every situation to meet your will. Adjust your approach according to how life unfolds. It's too short to spend it wrestling with every obstacle. Instead of charging like a bull into every challenge, be the calm sailor who lowers the sails and waits for the wind to shift. Remember, mindfulness isn't some magic shield against life's problems. It's a compass that helps you stay steady when the world sways. So next time you feel the urge to push something that won't budge, pause, breathe, observe, adapt. You might just find that life is a lot smoother when you're not busy breaking down doors. And engrave this deep in your heart. To live peacefully with the world, you must first make peace within yourself. Now, let's reflect on silence. Have you ever heard the saying, "Silence is golden"? The ancient sages who coined that phrase weren't wrong. Silence isn't just the absence of noise or a pause in conversation. It's a deeply powerful instrument. In a world buzzing with constant chatter and endless urgency, silence becomes a sanctuary. It's where we find clarity, where our deepest questions start to find answers. But don't get confused. We're not talking about that awkward silence that fills the room when someone brings up a touchy subject, like your aunt asking why you're still single. No, we're referring to a silence that is genuine and intentional, a silence that draws you closer to yourself and to the heartbeat of life itself. Imagine standing in the middle of a violent storm, the wind roaring, waves crashing, everything in chaos. And in the midst of all that noise, you realize the only place where peace exists is within the quiet you carry inside. The key to surviving life's storms lies in staying calm, adjusting your course, and resisting the urge to get swept away. Now imagine applying that same mindset to your everyday life. Instead of being pulled in every direction by the chaos of your thoughts and emotions, consider using silence as a tool to regain your balance. Silence doesn't always mean the absence of sound. It can be as simple as pausing to take a deep breath and watch your thoughts come and go without judgment. Think of your mind as a cluttered room. Silence is the time you take to clean it up and bring order to the mess. When you allow yourself a moment of quiet, you create the space necessary to reflect and gain clarity. In doing so, you start to see that many of the things you once thought were urgent or essential aren't actually that significant. Stoic philosophy teaches that true peace and wisdom come when we stop trying to control the uncontrollable and instead focus on what's truly within our power. Silence helps you make that distinction between what truly matters and what is simply noise. Often, we fall into the trap of trying to force outcomes, a conversation, a decision, even our own feelings. But silence has a strange power. It gently shows us that sometimes the best response is to do nothing at all. It's like trying to reset a clock that's already ticking just fine. What you really need is to stop meddling and listen to the rhythm instead of spinning your wheels without direction. Silence gives us a break, a pause to reflect on our priorities and to evaluate how we're handling our emotions. If you're always in motion, it's easy to lose track of what you actually want or need. Silence demands that you stop, take a breath, and reconsider. So how can you use silence effectively in your life? Begin by carving out just a few minutes a day solely for yourself. You don't need to engage in hours of meditation. Even a short period of quiet contemplation can make a difference. Find a peaceful spot, shut out distractions, and simply sit in silence. Watch your thoughts flow by, but don't get swept away by them. This simple practice can be as effortless as taking a walk without music or taking a quiet moment during your day just to breathe deeply. The goal isn't to force answers to appear, but rather to allow them to arise naturally. And silence doesn't always mean being alone. Sometimes sharing a quiet moment with someone close to you can say more than words ever could. Instead of feeling pressured to fill every pause with conversation, allow those shared silences to strengthen your bond. Ultimately, silence is a profound tool for clarity in a world full of noise. It's not about controlling or forcing anything. It's about creating space to truly listen to yourself and to life. Once you begin to value silence, you may find that the answers you've been seeking are already within you, just waiting for the chance to be heard. So next time you feel overwhelmed, remember that you don't always need to speak or act. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply be still and let life unfold naturally. As Carl Jung wisely said, silence isn't always empty, it's often overflowing with answers. Take a moment now to think about the idea of enjoying the journey rather than focusing solely on the destination. Have you noticed how in life we often become fixated on winning, on reaching that end goal, forgetting that the real treasure lies in each moment along the way? I'm referring to the everyday journey, those seemingly ordinary moments that make up your day-to-day existence. Stoic wisdom reminds us that when we try to force outcomes, we end up tangled in frustration and dissatisfaction. So let's explore how to genuinely embrace the journey without being consumed by the end result. Picture your goals as a bicycle ride. Imagine the wind brushing your face, the landscape changing as you go. But instead of enjoying the ride, you're so obsessed with the final destination that you forget to notice the flowers by the roadside, the thrill of the hills, or even the act of pedaling itself. All you see is the finish line, that elusive goal that keeps pulling your focus. Sound familiar? This way of thinking is problematic because when you try to rush the process, you wear yourself out before you even arrive. It's like trying to make a turtle sprint. You turn what could be a beautiful adventure into a draining chase. The Stoics advise that instead of pushing against the current, we should learn to move with it. In other words, find joy in the process, not just in achieving the outcome. The trick isn't to become indifferent or lazy, but to strike a balance between effort and presence. Think of life as a dance. If you concentrate only on nailing the final moves, you'll miss the rhythm and grace that make dancing joyful. Force the rhythm and you'll stumble. Move with awareness and ease and you'll savor each step. To live this way, start by setting small, attainable goals. Don't wait until the big dream is fulfilled to feel accomplished. Celebrate your small wins. Each one is a step forward. Imagine you're building a cathedral. Rather than focusing only on the final structure, learn to appreciate each brick you lay. Practice self-compassion too. If you find yourself pushing too hard, it's okay to step back and regroup. Life isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. And in a marathon, pacing yourself and enjoying the scenery is the key to lasting the distance. This isn't about denying ambition, but about tempering it with wisdom. Like a skilled chef who doesn't rush to the end but delights in every ingredient and step of the process, you too should learn to savor every phase of your journey. That way, your final goal won't just be a finish line. It'll be the culmination of an experience rich with meaning and growth. As the old saying goes, life is a journey, not a race. Learn to enjoy every moment because, ultimately, those moments are all you truly have. So take a deep breath, loosen your grip on the reins, and remember that every step, every pedal, every moment counts. Enjoy the ride. Now, let's talk about finding joy in the simplest things. Have you ever wondered why, despite all the advancements and comforts of modern life, we often feel emptier than ever? Maybe the answer doesn't lie in the latest gadgets or the pay raise you've been chasing. Maybe, just maybe, the secret lies in something much more humble, learning to find joy in simplicity. Stoic philosophy, with all its practical wisdom, reminds us that true happiness doesn't reside in big achievements or grand moments, but in the little details we often take for granted. Imagine sitting by a cafe window on a rainy day, sipping a hot cup of coffee. You could be rushing to a business meeting or trying to solve a family problem. But here, right now, you're doing nothing more than enjoying a warm drink while watching the raindrops trail down the glass. It's in these kinds of seemingly insignificant moments that the deepest contentment often lives. But how can that be? Isn't the extraordinary supposed to be more valuable? This is where Stoic wisdom steps in. The Stoics taught us to focus on the present and to appreciate what we already have. It's a mindset shift, a gentle letting go of the endless pursuit for more, and learning to see the value in what's right in front of you. It's like life offering you a menu full of beautifully simple dishes, but instead of savoring each bite, you keep chasing after the most elaborate option. So, how do you start embracing simplicity and finding joy in it? First, you have to stop trying to force life into a certain shape. The Stoics teach that when we try to micromanage every piece of our lives, we end up locked in a never-ending chase for a happiness that always seems just out of reach. Instead, accept what you have and find joy in that acceptance. Imagine wanting to bake a 5-layer cake, but your oven breaks and all you get is a single cookie. Rather than sulking over what's missing, enjoy the sweetness of that cookie. What may feel like a failure could simply be life's way of giving you exactly what you need in a simpler form. Gratitude also plays a vital role in this practice. Spend a few minutes each day thinking about what you already have and what you've already accomplished, no matter how minor it may seem. Appreciate the sunlight warming your skin, a friend's smile, or a quiet moment in the middle of a hectic day. These are the building blocks of a joyful life. When you learn to recognize and appreciate them, life becomes a series of small, meaningful joys rather than a relentless climb towards some far-off success. Joy isn't hidden in the distant future or found only in big wins. It's present, in the now, in the moments we so often overlook. Stoic philosophy reminds us to stop trying to force life to deliver more and instead to open our eyes to the gifts already around us. So next time you find yourself stuck in the grind of chasing what's next, pause. Your happiness might be sitting right there in a warm cup of coffee, in a heartfelt conversation, or simply in the peace of the present moment. As Oscar Wilde once said, true wealth lies in mastering the art of enjoying life, and at the heart of that is the practice of gratitude. Ah yes, gratitude, that often casually spoken word we use when someone hands us a slice of bread or gives us a compliment. But how often do we truly grasp its meaning? Gratitude isn't just a polite phrase or a sign of good manners. It's not a checklist item. It's a way of living, one that many of us have allowed to fade away in our mad rush for the next new gadget, the next milestone, the next validation of success. Picture life as a celebration, a grand party. Now imagine you're the guest who's so preoccupied with the fact that the DJ isn't playing your favorite track, you miss out on the food, the laughter, and the magic of the moment. That's how most of us live, consumed by what's missing, blind to what's already present. And this is where the true art of gratitude steps in. It's not just an attitude, it's a philosophy. A gentle, yet powerful reminder to cherish the little things we tend to overlook. Those fleeting, simple moments that often go unnoticed because we're too busy scanning the horizon for the next big thing. The problem with constantly chasing more is that it breeds discontent. You end up measuring your days by what you lack, instead of honoring what you've been given. Let me share a secret. It's like trying to fill a bathtub with no stopper. The water keeps flowing, but it never fills. You're never truly satisfied. Stoic philosophy, however, offers us a more grounded approach. It teaches us to stop forcing life and start accepting it, to see and value things for what they are. Here's a metaphor that might help. Imagine you're at a restaurant and the dish served isn't quite what you ordered. You have two choices. You can complain, send it back, demand something else. Or you can look at what's in front of you, accept that it's not what you had in mind, and still savor the meal. That's gratitude. It's an active choice to embrace and appreciate what is, even when it doesn't match your expectations. Gratitude doesn't mean settling for a life that feels second best. It's not about giving up on your dreams. It means learning to celebrate the small wins, the quiet joys that show up unannounced in your everyday life. So instead of being upset that you don't own the latest car, why not appreciate the one that faithfully takes you where you need to go? Instead of focusing on what frustrates you about your job, why not recognize the doors it opens, the lessons it offers, the growth it provides? The key is to stop pushing so hard. If you constantly feel dissatisfied, it could be that your expectations have ballooned beyond what's real or necessary. Flexibility is a skill. Learn to bend with life, to find richness in the overlooked details. The Stoics call this the practice of acceptance and virtue, not as passive surrender, but as wisdom in motion. It's a kind of strength that finds serenity in the chaos. So the next time you feel overwhelmed or like life is lacking something vital, remember this. Gratitude is more than just saying thank you. It's living in a state of ongoing appreciation. It's recognizing the everyday blessings hiding in plain sight. It's choosing to enjoy the plate that's been served to you, even if it's not what you ordered. Because the truth is, what you really need is often already right there in front of you. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, gratitude is the ability to find gold in the ordinary grains of sand. Now let's talk about solitude. Have you ever experienced that strange moment of realization that you're completely alone? Not in the cozy sense of being home with a warm drink and a good book, but in that deeper, almost existential awareness. Oh no, I am a lone soul in this vast, silent universe. If you've felt that, let me reassure you. You're not actually alone in feeling that way. And in fact, solitude, real, unfiltered solitude, might just become one of your greatest allies, if you allow it. Let me be clear. This isn't about brooding in a dark room or drowning in a quiet so heavy it becomes haunting. No, this is about the golden opportunity to reconnect with yourself in a way that constant distraction can never offer. Society often treats solitude like a punishment. We're surrounded by movies and images of lonely people staring out cafe windows, waiting for something or someone that never arrives. But what if that whole image is flawed? What if solitude is actually an exclusive club open to all, but rarely entered by those too scared to be alone? The Stoics, with their focus on self-mastery and inner stillness, saw solitude as a gift, a sacred pause in the storm of life, a rare space where you can stop performing, stop pretending, stop pushing, and start listening to what your soul is really saying. Think of solitude not as isolation, but as a personal spiritual retreat. You don't need to board a plane to a distant monastery. The retreat begins the moment you give yourself permission to be still and to be enough. Here's the twist. How do you turn solitude into an ally, not an enemy? First, stop filling every second of your day with noise, tasks, and people. If you're always busy, you'll never hear yourself think. Solitude is like a testing ground, a quiet room where you come face to face with your own truth. It's like trying to cook a meal from whatever's already in your pantry. No running out for fancy ingredients. You begin to discover what's essential, what's real, what actually nourishes you. A powerful tool for this is meditation. And no, I'm not talking about folding yourself into impossible yoga poses or chanting mantras. Meditation can simply be the practice of sitting in silence, letting your thoughts rise and fall like waves. At first, this can feel awkward, like a blind date with a book you're not sure you'll like. But give it time. It has something to teach you. Another great practice? Journaling. No, you don't need to write the next best-selling novel. Just jot down what you're thinking, how you're feeling. When your thoughts hit the page, they start to organize themselves. Problems that seemed massive in your mind often shrink in the light of ink and paper. So the next time you find yourself alone, don't rush to fill the void. Don't grab your phone or search for someone to talk to. Instead, sit with it. Embrace the quiet. Let solitude speak. It's not a monster to be avoided. It's a mentor that wants to introduce you to your truest self. You don't have to force your way through life. You just need to create enough room for truth to surface, for clarity to emerge. Solitude is like that one friend who doesn't talk much but always listens when it matters most. So stop resisting. Welcome it. And if ever you feel lost in this journey, remember this. True connection begins the moment you learn to enjoy your own company. If you've made it this far, drop a comment saying, "Life is a gift." So I know you're one of the few who stayed to the end and are soaking in this wisdom. I'd love to hear your story. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on the bell, and comment to help this message reach more people like you. Stick around for more life-changing videos. And thank you so much for your time and support. See you on the next video. Stoicism is far more than a collection of inspirational quotes and fleeting reflections. It's a hands-on, practical guide to navigating life. In this video, we're going to dive into powerful insights drawn from the minds of great Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca. Each lesson holds the power to completely reshape the way you see the world and live your life. I encourage you to watch the video all the way through so you won't miss any of the key principles that can help you rise above whatever difficulties life throws your way. If this is your first time on this channel, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications to support the continued creation of valuable and insightful content like this. Let's begin this journey and uncover how you can take control of your emotions and unlock your true potential through our complete guide, Personal Growth, Stoic Philosophy for Modern Life. Click the link in the first pinned comment or visit our website to get access now. One of the first things you need to learn is this. Don't share your problems with everyone. The harsh truth is that 80% of people don't care, and the remaining 20% are often secretly glad it's you and not them. Instead, maintain a close-knit circle of trustworthy individuals who truly support you. Genuine empathy is incredibly rare, but when you find it, it becomes one of life's most valuable treasures. Rather than constantly trying to see the good in people, start seeking out people who are inherently good. While it's a noble trait to look for the best in others, surrounding yourself with those who consistently act with kindness and integrity will enrich your life in ways that far surpass blind optimism. Do what's right for you. Remember, nobody else is walking your path. Though others may offer advice, ultimately the choices and their consequences are yours alone. Trust your inner wisdom and respect the unique journey you are on. The more gratitude you cultivate, the more reasons you will find to be grateful. Gratitude isn't just a feeling, it's a powerful magnet for abundance and positivity. By appreciating what you already have, you open the door to even greater blessings. Never let a bad day convince you that you have a bad life. Your perspective shapes your reality. Even when things are tough, understand that life is made up of many experiences. One dark chapter doesn't define your entire story. Every second spent comparing your life to someone else's is a second wasted. Your path is uniquely yours and not meant to be measured against anyone else's. Focus on your own progress, your own growth, and your own joy, rather than trying to live up to someone else's highlight reel. You can try to please everyone, let people take advantage of you, and still find yourself disappointed. That's why setting healthy boundaries is non-negotiable. Your value isn't determined by how much of yourself you give away. When reflecting on life, remember this: no amount of guilt will change the past, and no amount of anxiety will alter the future. Real power lies in the present moment. Focus on what you can influence now and release everything outside your control. Every person in your life has something to teach you. Some will show you the meaning of love and support, while others will teach you what to avoid. Embrace each experience as a lesson, recognizing how both the positive and the painful help you grow stronger. You see the true nature of people when you are no longer useful to them. Adversity strips away pretenses and reveals authenticity. Pay attention to who stands beside you when you have nothing to give. Those are your true allies. Don't get married simply because you feel you should. Marriage must be a deliberate, thoughtful choice built on love and mutual commitment, not a box to check to meet societal expectations. Your happiness should never be sacrificed to appease others. You have exactly as much time as you believe you do. Life is fleeting and fragile, so treat each moment as a precious opportunity. Stop putting your dreams on hold. Cherish your time with loved ones. Tell them you love them, frequently. Expressing your love creates deep, unbreakable bonds and lasting memories. If you've never questioned whether your decision scared you, then you've probably never taken a bold enough step. True growth begins when you step outside your comfort zone. Let fear be a sign that you're pushing yourself towards something greater. Not everyone who claims to support you is truly on your side. Loyalty is proven through action, not empty words. Learn to distinguish between genuine friends and those who are only around when it's convenient. Trust behavior over promises. You cannot love someone so deeply that it forces them to love you in return. Real love is mutual and freely given. Know your worth and don't waste your affection on someone unwilling or unable to give the same love back. Be cautious with your words. Once spoken, they can be forgiven, but rarely forgotten. Words hold the power to either heal or wound deeply. Speak with intention and choose words that uplift rather than harm. Don't let someone's cruelty convince you that there's something wrong with you. Their hurtful actions are a reflection of their own inner struggles, not your value. Stay confident in who you are, even when others try to diminish you. Know your worth, even when others fail to see it. Your value does not rely on external validation. Nurture your self-respect and stay close to those who truly appreciate your essence. If you keep sacrificing what you want most for what you want right now, you'll always end up disappointed. Instant gratification is tempting, but it's discipline and long-term thinking that pave the road to a fulfilling life. It's far better to be single and at peace than to be in a relationship that brings you stress and misery. Being alone isn't nearly as painful as staying with someone who poisons your happiness. Protect your emotional health above all else. Sometimes you just need to say no. Don't give in to guilt or emotional manipulation. Setting boundaries isn't selfish. It's a necessary act of self-care. Prioritize your well-being without apology. Often, the right thing to do is also the hardest thing to do. Personal growth and integrity usually come with challenges. Embrace these moments. They shape your character and build inner strength. What you choose to do today can positively impact all of your tomorrows. Every small, meaningful action contributes to a better future. Keep investing in yourself and in the life you want to build. Life has a strange way of repeating certain situations until we finally learn the lesson we're meant to grasp. Reflect on your patterns and use that awareness to break free from harmful cycles. You won't be punished because of your anger, but by it. When left unchecked, anger becomes self-destructive. Master your emotions before they master you. Emotional control is key to peace and resilience. Being right isn't always worth the cost of losing peace or damaging relationships. Sometimes preserving harmony matters more than winning an argument. Let humility and compassion lead over pride. The people you surround yourself with often shape your life more than you realize. Be mindful of your environment. Even subtle influences can significantly impact your personal growth. Sometimes there isn't a perfect decision in front of you. In those moments, make a choice, and then commit to making it the right one. Life doesn't always offer certainty, but your effort and resolve can make any path meaningful. The greatest mistake you can make is living in fear of making one. That fear alone can paralyze you more than failure ever could. Take action, embrace mistakes, and treat them as lessons that move you forward. Learn how to be happy on your own. If your joy depends on someone else's presence, you give away your power. True strength lies in emotional self-sufficiency. Build a solid relationship with yourself first. You are not obligated to fulfill the expectations others place on you. Live by your own values, your own standards. Let your inner compass guide you, not the pressure to meet someone else's ideals. Not every thought that comes to mind needs to be spoken aloud. Discretion and thoughtful silence are powerful virtues. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to say nothing at all. There are moments in life we wish never happened, truths we wish we didn't have to learn, and people we wish we never had to lose. But part of growth is learning to accept these difficult realities and the lessons they bring. We encounter truths we would rather ignore, but they become necessary lessons. We meet people we feel we cannot live without, yet we're sometimes called to let them go. Life is a series of paradoxes and trials, and true wisdom lies in embracing the inevitable and evolving through it. No matter how many life lessons someone tries to teach you, you won't fully understand them until you've lived them yourself. Personal experience remains the most powerful teacher. Cherish your own journey as a valuable source of learning. You always have the power to begin again, to start becoming the person you genuinely want to be. Each day is a new opportunity to transform yourself. Don't wait for the perfect moment to make a change. Create the moment by taking action. The people who place the most demands on you are often the ones who offer you the least. Learn to identify relationships that are imbalanced. Appreciate those who add genuine value to your life, and be mindful of your expectations. Never give up these three things: your family, your heart, or your dignity. These are the foundations of a meaningful and fulfilling life. Guard them fiercely, for they are irreplaceable. Always keep your eyes on where you're headed, not on where you've been. The past exists to teach you, not to trap you. Focus on the future and the potential that lies ahead. Sometimes, it's not that people have changed. It's that the masks they were wearing have finally come off. A person's true character becomes evident with time through their consistent words and actions. Show respect even to those who may not deserve it, not because of who they are, but because of who you are. The way you treat others is a reflection of your own character, not theirs. Stay true to your values regardless of how others behave. When a problem seems to have no solution, it might not be a problem to solve, but rather a truth to accept. Wisdom lies in knowing the difference between what can be changed and what must be embraced. Inner peace often emerges when we accept reality instead of resisting it. Nothing leaves your life until it has taught you what you needed to learn. Repeating patterns and situations are often signs pointing you toward growth. Pay attention to these moments. They're lessons in disguise. Avoid making permanent decisions during emotional storms. Emotions are temporary, but the outcomes of your decisions can last. Step back, breathe, and approach situations with clarity and calm. Sometimes, the healthiest choice is to let certain people go, no matter how difficult it feels. Some individuals are simply not worth the emotional effort. Recognize when a relationship causes more harm than good, and prioritize your own emotional health. To truly understand someone's character, don't just observe what they do. Watch how they react. Reactions are harder to fake and often reveal more than actions ever could. The way someone treats you is a reflection of who they are, not who you are. Don't let their negative behavior diminish your sense of self-worth. Keep your confidence strong even when others treat you unfairly. Mistakes are evidence that you're trying. Every misstep is a chance to grow and learn. Don't fear making mistakes. Fear standing still. Love, on its own, isn't enough to sustain a happy and lasting relationship. The ability to be open and unafraid is essential. Even the toughest conversations are necessary. Honest, consistent communication is the bedrock of any strong bond. Life always has something to teach you, if you're willing to learn. Keep your mind open and thoughtful. Every experience, whether uplifting or painful, carries a lesson within it. A person's true strength is revealed not in easy times, but in the face of hardship. Difficult situations expose our deepest character. Adversity is the ultimate test of our inner resolve. When you place someone on a pedestal, they have no choice but to look down on you. Respect others, but don't idolize them. Real relationships thrive on mutual appreciation, not blind admiration. Pain makes you stronger. Betrayals make you wiser. Deceptions sharpen your discernment. Life's struggles are stepping stones to becoming a better version of yourself. Learn something valuable from every challenge. In a relationship, when one person becomes the keeper of all things good and bad, the dynamic becomes exaggerated. Both strengths and weaknesses are magnified in close partnerships. Constantly work on growing and strengthening your connection. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow and what you don't. Set firm boundaries and treat others the way you wish to be treated. Your standards and behavior shape the way people respond to you. Nothing in your life will improve unless you choose to change it. Be proactive about creating the life you want. Lasting change often begins with initiative and personal responsibility. Difficult conversations, though uncomfortable, are often hidden blessings. Facing issues head-on can lead to immense personal growth and deeper, stronger relationships. Let go of what weighs you down and allow life's challenges to build you up. Even when it hurts, keep your head high, and move forward. True strength is forged through perseverance. Sometimes not getting what you thought you wanted turns out to be the best thing for you. Disappointment can be life's way of steering you in a better direction. Trust the unfolding journey and maintain an open heart. The more you accept and appreciate yourself, the less you depend on others for approval. Self-love is the cornerstone of emotional independence. Build a deep, authentic relationship with yourself, and your sense of fulfillment will come from within, not from outside sources. Being good at keeping others' secrets doesn't mean they'll return the favor. Loyalty isn't always mutual. Be discerning about what you share and with whom. Choose your confidants wisely. More often than not, the change we seek lies not in our environment, but within ourselves. Real transformation begins inside. Before trying to change your surroundings, look inward and ask how you can grow from the inside out. You can do everything right and still not succeed. That's not weakness, it's life. Even perfect effort doesn't guarantee the outcome you want. Focus on what you can control, your dedication, your mindset, your resilience. That's where your power lies. Inner peace begins the moment you decide not to let another person or situation control your emotions. Your ability to respond calmly is your greatest strength. Choose how you react with intention and serenity. The one who provokes your anger ultimately controls you. When you lose your temper, you give away your power. Master your anger, and you'll maintain control over your choices and behavior. There is no success without sacrifice. To achieve something great in life, you'll often have to give up comfort or ease. Consider what you're willing to let go of in order to reach your goals. Growth begins the moment you stop allowing fear to hold you back. Fear is often the biggest barrier between you and your potential. Confront it, and new paths will open before you. A man who truly wants something will find a way to make it happen. A man who doesn't will find an excuse. Determination separates those who succeed from those who stall. Focus on finding solutions, not reasons to stay stuck. No matter how hard you try, some people will never like you, and that's okay. You can't and shouldn't try to please everyone. Accept this truth and stay true to who you are. Sometimes you have to take bold risks. Even if it's scary or uncomfortable, you'll never know your true potential unless you try. Real growth happens when you stretch beyond what's familiar. People give advice from their own lens. Their opinions are shaped by their personal experiences and biases. Listen carefully, but always weigh their words against your own values and circumstances. The greatest danger isn't in dreaming too big and falling short. It's in dreaming too small and succeeding. Don't limit yourself. Set goals that challenge you and push you to grow. Be the person you hope to find in others. If you seek love, be loving. If you want honesty, be truthful. If you want respect, give it freely. Life tends to mirror back what we put out into the world. Your actions and energy echo back to you. When you offer kindness, compassion, and positivity, they return in kind. Speak with intention. Don't let hatred, jealousy, anger, or insecurity guide your words. Words spoken from a place of pain often inflict pain and bring regret. Communicate with calmness and thoughtfulness. Think before you speak, because your words hold the power to uplift or destroy. Choose them wisely. Speak with intention, understanding the influence your words can have on both others and yourself. You only have one body. It is yours for a lifetime. Though it's remarkably strong, it can only give back what you provide. Your health is your most precious asset. Prioritize habits that nourish it and invest in both your physical and mental wellness. When someone goes out of their way to convince you they're telling the truth, it's often a red flag. They're probably not. True honesty doesn't scream for attention. It speaks quietly through consistent actions. Focus more on how people behave over time, not just on what they claim. Never define your worth by how others perceive you. Your value is inherent and doesn't depend on external praise. Build your self-worth on your own principles and truths rather than on fleeting judgments. If there's something in your life that you dislike, change it. No transformation will occur unless you take responsibility. You are the one crafting your life, and each new day gives you the chance to shape the story you're living. Don't hand the pen to someone else. This is your narrative. Be the lead character in your journey, and don't let other people's fears determine your destination. Avoid doing anything that would require you to lie later. Living with integrity allows you to meet your own reflection without shame. Tearing others down doesn't lift you up. True greatness is found in raising those around you. Your light shines brightest when it's used to guide and inspire others. Making yourself a priority isn't selfish. It's a vital act of self-love. You can't pour into others from an empty vessel. Fill yourself first with care, compassion, and positive energy. Light may travel faster than sound, which is why some people seem impressive until they speak. Sharpen both your mind and your wisdom. Real intelligence becomes visible through what you do, not just what you say. At times, you must loosen your grip and allow life to unfold naturally. Even your trials carry lessons and growth. Life itself is full of risks, but the most dangerous choice is doing nothing at all. Every risk is a doorway to growth. Be bold enough to live, to love, and to chase what sets your soul on fire. The only person you're guaranteed to be with for the rest of your life is yourself. Start loving that person. Self-love is the soil from which all healthy relationships grow and the foundation for a truly fulfilled life. Overthinking can be your worst enemy. It distorts truth and complicates clarity. Learn to stay rooted in the present and focus on solutions. Inner peace begins when you stop needing all the answers and start accepting life's questions. Don't stress over whispers behind your back. They reveal more about the speaker than they do about you. Keep growing, live by your principles, and reclaim your peace. It's too valuable to let someone else control it. Pain is often the teacher of our most necessary lessons. It wakes us up, reshapes us, and prepares us for a wiser, more grounded future. Find happiness within yourself without needing validation from outside. Build a life that excites you and let joy grow from the inside out. Confidence doesn't always come from feeling ready. Sometimes it comes from acting as if you are. How you carry yourself shapes your outcomes. Change is inevitable. Don't fight it. Flow with it, but never compromise your values. Let change refine you, not erase you. Just because life could have been different doesn't mean it would have been better. Appreciate the path that has brought you here and use it to create a meaningful tomorrow. Life doesn't become easier. We become stronger. Every challenge builds our resilience. Celebrate that strength and acknowledge how far you've come. It's not your mistakes that define who you are, but how you handle them. Your response to failure reveals your character and your resolve. People will disappoint you. It's part of life. But never give anyone the power to own your trust entirely. Build close relationships, but maintain emotional independence. Your inner strength is the most stable anchor in a world where loyalties shift like sand. Hard work doesn't guarantee success, but laziness almost always leads to failure. Talent alone isn't enough. Perseverance breaks doors open. Be relentless in your effort, yet adaptable in your approach. You will never find true happiness if you constantly seek approval from others. Your worth isn't in the applause you receive, but in the peace you feel when you live with authenticity. Embrace self-acceptance, and success in all forms will follow. The moment you relax your grip and stop trying to control everything, fear and anxiety begin to lose their hold. Calmness is your most powerful shield. Strive not for perfection, but for progress. Perfection often stalls movement, while progress builds momentum. Honor every little step forward. It's in that steady motion that transformation occurs. Your worth is absolute. Never shrink for anyone or anything that undermines your value. You are a work of art in motion. Surround yourself with those who uplift and respect your uniqueness. Be mindful of what you allow. You're teaching others how to treat you. Your boundaries reflect how much you value yourself. You may never feel completely sure about a decision, but take one anyway. It's better to act and adjust than to remain paralyzed by indecision. Inaction is a cage. Movement, no matter how flawed, brings freedom. Have the courage to make choices and the humility to correct them as you go. Learn to say no without apology. Protect your time, your focus, and your energy. Every yes you give means a no to something else. Let your priorities reflect your deepest values. Your well-being should never be sacrificed for someone else's expectations. The chase for happiness will leave you drained until you realize that happiness is not a place, but a way of moving through life. Joy is found in the process, in the ordinary, in each fleeting moment. When you begin to cherish those, happiness meets you there. Maybe you're not healing because you're trying to go back to the version of yourself that was hurt. But that person no longer exists. A new version is ready to emerge. Growth requires shedding the past. Let that evolution happen and give life to your truest self. There will always be people who fail to see your worth. But don't let that blind you to your own light. What you believe about yourself matters more than what others perceive. Build a strong, grounded self-image and keep shining, even when unnoticed. You can't grow if you always think you're right. Humility is the doorway to understanding. Accept the possibility of being wrong, and you'll gain wisdom from every moment. Life owes you nothing. Work for what you want. Entitlement is a trap, while initiative sets you free. Take ownership of your life, and you'll uncover strengths you didn't know were yours. There will be moments you wish never happened, things you didn't want to learn, and people you didn't want to lose. But these are the seasons of growth. Life is a continuous lesson in surrender and transformation. Accept the flow of change, and you'll become stronger through it. What you want requires dedication and daily discipline. Dreams don't come true through luck or magic. They're realized through effort and consistency. Make your aspirations part of your routine, and soon the impossible becomes inevitable. Your entire life can change in an instant, so don't take what you have for granted. Be thankful for it, and use it well. Gratitude turns the mundane into the miraculous. Live every day like the gift it is, filled with chances to grow and give. Beware of those who pretend to be loyal. The worst betrayals come wrapped in fake friendship. Cultivate real connections, ones rooted in honesty and openness, and you'll learn to distinguish truth from illusion. People's actions speak louder than anything they claim. Words may lie, but behavior always tells the truth. Watch how others behave to understand who they really are. Never judge your potential by your lowest moments. Your struggles don't define your limits, they shape your strength. Let your difficulties be steps toward a higher version of yourself. You are far more capable than your worst days suggest. Only delay what you're willing to abandon forever. Procrastination steals your future. If it matters, do it now, because tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Live boldly, with purpose and urgency, because each day is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shape the legacy you wish to leave behind. The more difficult your life becomes, the quicker you will move toward your goals. Adversity isn't a setback, it's the fuel for your growth. Welcome challenges as bridges to your dreams, not as roadblocks. Excuses will never solve your problems. Own your decisions. The power to transform your life begins with accepting your role in its direction. Responsibility is the gateway to real change. Accept that you will make mistakes and choose to learn from them. Rather than letting each misstep become a weight you carry, view them as hidden lessons and let the pain become fuel for your personal growth, not chains that trap you in the past. Surround yourself with people who expand your vision, not just your social calendar. Seek out minds that challenge your thinking and stimulate your growth. Look for relationships that feed your intellect and open new perspectives. Avoid making important decisions when you're angry, and don't make promises when you're overjoyed. Strong emotions distort clarity. Cultivate a balanced mind to act with wisdom, no matter the emotional weather. You may never fully understand the pain you've caused another person until you experience the same hurt yourself. Real empathy is often born from walking in someone else's shoes. Treat people with the same compassion you long to receive. Be discerning about who you allow into your life. Some people will drain your energy and then disappear, blaming you for their chaos. Protect your peace and guard your personal space. Healthy connections nourish your spirit, not exhaust it. Maturity is having the power to destroy someone who hurt you, but choosing to breathe, walk away, and trust that life will handle it. Real strength is found in restraint. Choose inner peace instead of revenge. The only person you can truly control is yourself. Pour your energy into your own behavior and actions, for that is where your real power lies. Stay humble enough to know that everything can be lost, but confident enough to believe you can rebuild it all. Resilience grows from this harmony between humility and confidence. Let every attempt remind you that you are progressing. Success isn't a final stop, it's a continual journey of becoming. Celebrate each effort as an advance in your evolution. Invest so deeply in your personal growth that there's no space left for judgment or criticism of others. Personal development is the antidote to judgment. As you improve yourself, you naturally inspire others. Wise individuals stop overanalyzing once they understand that great decisions often require intuition just as much as logic. The key is learning when to rely on reason and when to trust your inner voice. Everything begins and ends in your mind. Whatever you empower with your thoughts gains control over your reality. Shape your mindset to uplift and energize you. Master your thoughts. Mental discipline is essential to success in every area of life. Train your mind with the same dedication and consistency you would apply to physical fitness. Excuses are always readily available. They're easy to find. But discovering a way forward requires courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's acting despite it. Choose boldness over comfort. Be wise enough to understand that life doesn't pause for your healing. Growth often happens outside the boundaries of comfort. Move forward even when you don't feel completely ready. Don't let love become the reason you accept mistreatment. Self-love is the foundation of every healthy relationship. Set firm boundaries and protect your dignity. Real love lifts you up. It doesn't tear you down. Every time you lie, you create future problems for yourself. Honesty simplifies life. Live with integrity, and you'll sidestep countless complications. The truth may hurt, but it always brings freedom. Do what is right now. The present is your only guaranteed moment. Let your actions reflect integrity. Every right choice shapes your character and creates the future you envision. A person who truly believes in themselves doesn't need to convince anyone else. Authentic confidence speaks softly but carries power. Build your worth from the inside, and your actions will say more than any words. Learn to miss people without needing them back. Growth often involves letting go, honoring the past, and moving forward with grace. Your future needs you fully present. If life were easy, there would be no room to grow. Challenges are the gym for your soul. Every trial you conquer strengthens you. Welcome difficulty as a chance to evolve. Sometimes you simply have to accept that some people will live in your heart, but not in your life. Not all relationships are meant to last. Cherish the moments for what they were, and remain open to what lies ahead. The only way to truly build self-respect is by doing things that matter. Real self-esteem comes from doing meaningful things and building a life you're proud of through intentional daily choices. Trading long-term joy for short-term pleasure is a recipe for deep regret. True satisfaction demands patience and vision. Commit to your future by resisting the fleeting temptations of now. Don't fear setting boundaries in your relationships. If people leave when you do, they were never meant to stay. Mutual respect is the backbone of every healthy bond. Never be afraid to walk away from anyone who diminishes your light. Life becomes lighter when you learn to forgive without receiving an apology. Forgiveness is something you give yourself, liberation from unfulfilled expectations and emotional baggage. The journey toward a better life begins the moment you decide not to stay where you are. Change starts with a decision. Be bold enough to envision a new future and take that first step, even if it's a small one. Slow progress builds inner strength. Quick wins often feed the ego. Trust in the process. Value the path just as much as the destination. It's in life's toughest battles that your real strength is forged. If you don't create distance from your distractions, they will separate you from your goals. Your focus is priceless. Guard it like a treasure. It's the secret ingredient to manifesting your dreams. Following the crowd guarantees ordinary outcomes. True greatness requires the bravery to be different. Dare to walk your own unique path, even if it means walking alone for a while. Never lose yourself by tolerating too much from those you care about. Self-love sets the standard for how others treat you. You deserve respect. Never sacrifice your essence to please others. Channel your focus into building the life you desire instead of running from the one you currently have. True transformation begins now. Use your energy to create, not escape. Every conscious decision brings you closer to who you want to become. When your intentions are genuine, remember, it's not your loss when someone walks away. They lose the gift of your authenticity. Stay rooted in your integrity, and you'll attract those who value the real you. Once you truly know yourself, you stop fearing what you might miss out on. Self-awareness brings peace and certainty. Trust in your unique path and release the anxiety of comparison. One of the surest ways to erode your self-confidence is by repeatedly breaking promises to yourself. Personal integrity is the foundation of trust. Treat the commitments you make to yourself with the same seriousness you would offer others. Stop sabotaging your future with the echoes of your past. The present is your most powerful tool. Honor your past for what it taught you, but don't let it limit your potential. Every new day gives you the chance to write a better story. You grow in proportion to the amount of truth you're willing to confront. Self-acceptance requires honesty. Facing your truths with courage is the beginning of real transformation. All failures are temporary, so long as you keep trying. Persistence turns setbacks into stepping stones. Every attempt is a lesson. You only truly fail when you give up. Blaming others for your problems hands over your power. It lets them control your emotions and your happiness. Reclaim your life by owning it. That's your first move toward emotional liberation. Blind trust often ends in betrayal. Real trust must be earned through consistency and integrity, not handed out freely. Watch people's actions more than their words. Let trust be built gradually, not assumed quickly. The only person who truly needs to understand your journey is you. Your inner peace is not dependent on receiving approval from the outside world. Trust your instincts and value your own understanding of yourself. The same is true for your personal journey. Life improves when you stop assuming that you will always have more time ahead. Urgency creates purpose. Live each day as though it were a unique opportunity. Do not delay your dreams or put off acts of love. Take proactive steps every day. Every day should be a step forward, no matter how small. Constant, steady progress leads to significant changes in the long run. Take control of your life and create opportunities rather than waiting for them to come to you. Apologizing first shows bravery. Forgiving first shows strength, and forgetting first shows happiness. Humility, strength, and emotional freedom are powerful virtues. Strive to cultivate these qualities and grow from them. Show respect even to those who may not seem to deserve it. Do so not as a reflection of their character, but as a reflection of yours. Your integrity does not depend on how others act. Keep your standards high, regardless of how you are treated by others. Do what you make winning not be about everything, but rather about being satisfied with giving your best. Set your own standards because true success is personal and internal. Compete with yourself, not with others. Finding your why is the foundation of your goals. It gives meaning to your actions and drives your ambitions. A clear, deep sense of purpose lights the way during difficult times and makes sense of your efforts. Taking responsibility for all your problems does more to reduce suffering than to increase it. Empowerment is born from taking responsibility. By accepting your role in your circumstances, you gain the power to change them. Know who you are and what you want. Your feelings matter, and those who truly care won't mind, while those who mind don't truly care. Authenticity attracts genuine relationships. Do not apologize for being yourself. Your true self is your greatest strength. When you speak, you are merely repeating what you already know. But when you listen, you open yourself up to new learning. Wisdom often resides in silence and observation, so cultivate the art of listening. Everyone has something valuable to teach you. Never go out with someone you wouldn't be good friends with. Friendship is the foundation of lasting relationships. Seek a connection that goes beyond superficial attraction. Compatibility and mutual respect are essential. The more lessons you can learn from others indirectly, the less you will need to go through difficult times yourself. Wisdom can be gained without personal pain. Learn from the mistakes and successes of others, and careful observation can save you from many stumbles. Healing often involves looking honestly at the role you play in your own suffering. Self-reflection is crucial for growth. Recognizing your patterns and contributions to your problems is the first step toward positive change. Challenging yourself is the only path to growth. Comfort is the enemy of progress. Only by pushing beyond your limits can you discover your true potential. Ignoring red flags and continuing to see the good in people can cost you more than you realize. Trust your intuition. It is a valuable tool. Pay attention to inconsistencies and problematic behaviors. Self-love involves setting healthy boundaries. Inner peace means being able to stay calm in a storm. True serenity comes from internal peace, not from the absence of chaos. Cultivate peace that is immune to external circumstances. Anchor yourself during life's storms. Avoid people who use their pain as an excuse to hurt you. Suffering does not justify harming others. Surround yourself with those who, despite their struggles, choose compassion and mutual growth. Don't share too much of yourself with others. Most people don't care, and some might secretly want you to fail. Protect your energy and your dreams. Share your most precious goals only with those who deserve to nurture them in a supportive environment. Reacting impulsively causes you to lose power. Cultivate the ability to pause between stimulus and response. That pause is where your freedom lies, and within it, you have the power of choice. Perfectionism is a disease. Procrastination is a disease, but action is the cure. Progress, even imperfect, overcomes paralysis. Small, steady steps of consistent action are the antidote to stagnation. Go where you are appreciated, not just tolerated. Your presence is valuable. Seek environments that nurture your growth, for you will thrive where you feel valued. Don't settle for less than you deserve. First, fix your body before addressing anything else. A weak body reflects a broken mind, a lack of willpower, and poor life choices. Physical health is the foundation of overall well-being. Taking care of your body enhances your strength and mental clarity. Some disconnections will bless your life. Not every relationship is meant to last, and sometimes letting go is part of growing. Releasing certain connections opens the door for better opportunities. True success does not come from seeking validation from others. It comes from demonstrating what you are capable of and achieving your goals despite the challenges you face. Your worth does not need external approval. Pursue your dreams with determination. Your personal success is the best form of validation. When you encounter someone smarter than you, work with them. Don't be intimidated. Greatness attracts greatness. Surround yourself with brilliant minds. Their light does not dim yours, but instead helps illuminate your own potential. Never expect to receive what others cannot give you. Give without expecting anything in return. but with healthy limits. Your generosity is your strength. Do not let your mental state become your weakness. You have the power to determine your life's experience. Prioritize your mental health just as you would your physical health. Exercise your mind with new challenges and positive self-talk. Cultivate thoughts that elevate your perspective. Your view of the world shapes your experience. Life is difficult because we don't always appreciate the things that come easily. Gratitude transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Recognize the value in your everyday blessings. True wealth lies in appreciating what you already have. Loneliness should never drive you to make decisions you'll regret. The wrong company can leave you lonelier than being alone. Cultivate inner peace. Wise decisions come from emotional self-sufficiency. Once you're on the right track in life, you stop getting offended or angry all the time because you have much more meaningful things to focus on. With clear purpose, you can filter out distractions and focus on your growth. Negativity loses its power when you are committed to your vision. Your growth depends on your willingness to keep learning, even when the process feels tedious. Mastery requires persistence, so embrace the journey, not just the exciting moments. Consistency in the mundane forges excellence. Keep your personal life private. Even when you have a lot to share, discretion is a form of self-care. Protect your inner peace. Not every experience needs to be shared or validated externally. Find a relationship where being yourself makes the other person happy. Authenticity attracts genuine connections. Don't change your essence. Someone who is right for you will celebrate who you truly are. One of the most dangerous things you can do is compare your life to someone else's. Life is not a race, but your personal journey. Each path is unique. Celebrate your progress. The only valid comparison is with who you were yesterday. Failure is not the end. It is simply a detour on the road to success. Resilience is key to triumph. Every fall is a lesson. Get up, learn, and continue with renewed determination. Just because you cannot see the purpose behind a difficult time does not mean it lacks purpose. Perspective comes with time. Trust the process of your life. The greatest growth often comes from the darkest moments. When you believe, your mind will find a way. Belief is the catalyst for action. In these times, your belief becomes the key that sparks action. Cultivating this belief is the first step in transforming your dreams into reality. Remember, your thoughts are the initial catalyst that sets everything in motion. Patience, however, is your ultimate competitive advantage. Success in life is not about quick wins. It's about playing the long game and being persistent. The sweetest fruits often take longer to ripen, and in the same way, long-term vision and consistent effort are crucial to achieving sustainable success. Your future is calling, and so is your past. Don't let yourself live solely for the future. Learn from your past, but don't become trapped in it. Your potential lies in the present moment, in the opportunities you are actively creating. Being true to yourself can sometimes lead to loneliness, but this solitude is worth it. Authenticity attracts real relationships and fosters a sense of inner peace. Others may try to bring you down due to their own jealousy, and while this is normal, stay focused on your goals. The opinions of others do not define your worth. Success will always attract criticism, and instead of letting it discourage you, let it fuel your determination to keep moving forward. Change may feel daunting, but stagnation is far worse. Embrace change as an opportunity for growth. Each new challenge is a door to a better version of yourself. The process of evolving may hurt, but true love, in its purest form, transcends occasional pain. Meaningful relationships require vulnerability. Choose carefully who you trust, as not everyone will handle your vulnerability with care. A day without challenges signals that you're on the wrong path. Challenges are the signs of progress. Obstacles are the markers that show you're expanding your limits. The real magic lies in the work you avoid. Confront your unresolved tasks, as this is where the potential for your dreams lies. What you fear the most is often what you need to do the most. Discipline yourself to stay true to your promises and be your own strongest ally. Reliability is the cornerstone of achieving your goals. Life is defined by opportunities, including the ones that come through loss. Learn from your past, but focus on the new possibilities that await you. Build discretion in silence, especially when your dreams are in their most vulnerable stages. Pain teaches us valuable lessons, and sometimes those lessons need to be learned multiple times for them to truly sink in. Stay calm in stressful situations. Recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Holding on to the past will dull your future. Invest your energy in creating the future you want to experience. The only real failure is not taking action. Even imperfect action is better than inaction, and the only rejection is not asking for what you want. The courage to ask opens new doors of opportunity. The greatest achievements are often found just on the other side of fear. It is essential to know when to say no. Your limits are important for maintaining personal integrity. People may desire your success, but not more than their own. Celebrate others, but do not depend on their validation. Overestimating intrinsic blame gives others power over you. Take full responsibility for changing your circumstances. Life has a way of working out, even when things seem impossible. Keep hope alive and continue moving forward. Never sacrifice who you are in the process of trying to be what others want. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, not even to yourself. Your worth is intrinsic. Luck favors those who work hard. Constant action creates opportunities, and it's important not to place all your happiness in one person or thing. Seek multiple sources of joy in your life. When you feel like giving up, remember the reason you started. The motivation that inspired you at the beginning is still valid. Don't place your relationships before your goals. Balance both to avoid losing out on either. It's possible to fall in love more than once, and a love lost is not the end. It's often a chance to improve your decision-making about desires and sacrifices. If you don't make those decisions, life will make them for you. Change happens when you challenge your habits. Get out of your comfort zone, as failure reveals the path by showing what doesn't work. Every mistake is a lesson. It's normal to feel bad after making the right decision. Growth often comes with discomfort, and people may dislike you no matter how much you try to please them. Don't waste energy on them. Acting now is crucial. Don't postpone what's important. Bad times help you appreciate the good things you may have taken for granted. Find gratitude even in adversity. Don't seek sympathy from others. Those who truly care will show up without needing to be asked. Sometimes, showing love means giving someone more of what they no longer appreciate. Know when to walk away. Emotional self-sufficiency is key to personal growth. Life is a blend of joy and sorrow. Embrace both as part of your journey. How you react to challenges defines your character. Choose to grow in the face of adversity. While money doesn't guarantee happiness, poverty does bring its own challenges. Seek balance, both financial and emotional. Hiding from problems doesn't solve them. Face them head-on for personal growth. Regrets linger only if you refuse to forgive. Practice forgiveness towards yourself and others. Comparing yourself to others is a waste of time. Focus on your own progress. Don't allow others to abuse your kindness. Set healthy boundaries in your relationships. Problems are rarely as serious as we think. Our perceptions often magnify them. Obsessing over happiness prevents us from finding it. Live in the present moment without chasing after happiness. Treat yourself as you would treat someone you are trying to help. Be your own best ally and caregiver. Relationships come and go, and many will fail over time. Friends and family may not always know what's best for you. Trust your intuition instead. The greatest mistake is considering yourself weak. Recognize the strength within you and never allow mistreatment, especially in the name of love. Respect is essential in every relationship. Knowing when to intervene and when to step back is crucial. Take risks occasionally, as stepping out of your comfort zone opens new possibilities. Success doesn't come from hidden secrets. It comes from consistent hard work. Make yourself indispensable by providing unique value. Don't depend entirely on anyone. Cultivate self-sufficiency in all areas of life. Sometimes your enemies offer more valuable lessons than your friends. Fear of failure or success can prevent you from pursuing your dreams. Dare to go after them despite the fear. Don't expect kindness from everyone, and don't feel obligated to be good to everyone. Be selective with your energy and authentic in your relationships. It's during the toughest times that you'll see the true colors of those who claim to care for you. Watch who stays when the road gets tough. They are the true treasures in your life. If you never heal from what hurt you, you'll continue to bleed on people who didn't cause your pain. Healing is an act of self-love and responsibility towards both yourself and others. Never expect too much from anyone, and always keep your expectations realistic. Build relationships on consistent actions, not just words. Don't stay in unhealthy relationships simply because you've known someone for a long time. The relationships that nourish you and help you grow, regardless of their duration, are the ones worth keeping. Our wounds often lead us to the most beautiful and transformative parts of ourselves. Embrace the difficult experiences in life as opportunities for growth. People often only want to hear about the good, not the bad, which can make it hard to find someone trustworthy when you're going through tough times. Be the person who listens without judgment and cultivates authentic relationships. Numbing your pain only prolongs it. Face your emotions, no matter how painful, as they are the key to true healing. When the decisive moment comes, you have two choices. You can define the moment, or let the moment define you. Take control of your life and become the author of your own story. Stay away from narcissists who play by no rules and drain your energy slowly. Learn to recognize the signs of toxic relationships and set firm boundaries. Learn to select your thoughts as carefully as you select your clothes each day. This is a power you can cultivate. Your mind is like a garden. It grows the thoughts you nurture. If you want control over your life, start with mastering your mind. Your response to life circumstances is shaped by your mind, not by external events. No matter how good you are to others, they will often remember your mistakes. Do good simply because it is the right thing to do, not because you expect gratitude or recognition from others. In every situation, life is asking us a question, and our actions provide the answer. Work is simply a response to this question. Live with intention, knowing that every action you take is a declaration of who you are. Say no to the desire for perfection, as it will prevent you from improving. Embrace your imperfections as opportunities to grow. The regret of prioritizing those who don't prioritize you will only cause you pain. It's important to learn to value yourself as much as you value others. To foster healthy relationships, you need to have a clear vision of where you're going in life, because you can't get to a place if you don't know the direction you're headed in. Wandering aimlessly won't get you ahead. You need to set clear goals and work toward them consistently. Dreams without goals are merely fantasies. Transform your dreams into concrete plans and take small, consistent steps toward them. When you find yourself barely holding on, let go. You shouldn't be holding on to something that makes you feel that way. Trust that releasing what no longer serves you will make room for new opportunities. The reality is that bad things don't impact us as deeply as we expect, just as good things don't affect us as profoundly. We adapt quickly to both. Live in the present and cultivate gratitude for every moment. Never overlook the disdain of others. When someone looks down on you or treats you with contempt, it can be painful. Recognize your worth and surround yourself with people who respect and value you. Even a life filled with happiness will have some shadows, and without a touch of sadness, the concept of happiness would lose its meaning. Embrace both joy and pain, as they are woven together to form the rich fabric of human experience. You cannot be happy with others if you're not at peace with yourself. Self-love is the bedrock on which strong, lasting relationships are built. Don't be afraid of life. Trust that life is worth living, and your belief in its worth will help you create that reality. Your attitude and perspective possess the power to shape your experience. Holding on to grudges won't hurt the people you resent. It will only hurt you. Forgiveness isn't for their benefit, but for your own peace of mind and emotional well-being. The only thing that can make achieving your dreams impossible is the fear of failure. Dare to pursue your goals, because true failure is never trying at all. You won't truly appreciate a moment until it's a memory. Live fully in the present and value every moment as it happens. Suffering is no longer suffering once we clearly understand it. Understanding your emotions is the first step in managing them effectively. People's actions tell you more about them than their words. Pay attention to what they do, not just what they say, for that is where their true character lies. True growth happens when you start examining and correcting yourself rather than blaming others. Self-awareness and taking personal responsibility are crucial for your development. You regain control over your life when you take responsibility for it. The decisions and actions you make will shape your future. If you're unsure of someone's motivations, observe the consequences of their actions, and from there, you can infer their intentions. Often, the results reveal the truth more clearly than any words could. The greatest risk is not taking risks at all, especially in a world that is constantly changing. The one surefire way to fail is to avoid taking risks. Growth and success often come from stepping out of your comfort zone. Tomorrow never arrives because it's always today. Live in the present and take action now. The future is built from the actions you take today. Throughout this journey of exploring Stoic teachings, we've learned that Stoicism is much more than a collection of phrases. It's a powerful guide for navigating life with strength and wisdom. Remember, Stoicism isn't just for times of crisis, it's for every day. I encourage you to take these lessons with you. Apply them in your life and see how they can transform your world in ways you never imagined. If this journey through Stoicism has inspired you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. This helps YouTube understand that this content resonates with people like you, so we can keep creating more similar videos in the future. If you've made it to the end of this video, it shows your commitment to learning and personal growth. The fact that you've reached the end proves your dedication to absorbing knowledge and applying it to your life. Keep seeking wisdom and strive to be the best version of yourself. Remember, learning is a continuous journey that brings its own rewards. The fact that you've made it this far is a reflection of your persistence and desire for improvement. Keep moving forward on this journey of growth.